Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. It is a Wednesday. It's November 15th, smack dab in the middle of the month, and we are experiencing some 58 degrees as you look over my shoulder. A beautiful start to your Wednesday. Let's check in with meteorologist Patrick Ellis now to talk a little bit more about our forecast. And Patrick, I don't see you over there. I'm hoping that you are with us this morning. Are you? Maybe not. He is? Patrick, talk to me, bro.
Hi. You see? You hear me? Yeah, I'm here.
I'm glad you're with us. Thank you.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that everything is all working. Anyways, let's get you out the door this morning because we've still got those clouds and even a few showers to contend with across the Mid-South as we're starting off here on a Wednesday morning. Most of the shower activity, though, has been hanging out down to the south of us on the I-22 corridor. But even with that said, you notice here over the last probably 2 hours, the rain has really started to kind of fade away as it's crossed I-22, but still an opportunity that we could still see some isolated showers here today. There's those showers right now. Again, if you're going down I-22, getting out towards like New Albany, Blue Mountain, and heading out towards Blue Springs out there by the Toyota plant, and also Tupelo from Highway 45 heading up towards Guntown and Saltillo this morning running into some showers and all the way out to the state line. But we are mostly dry. We've had a couple of spritz and sprinkles this morning in places like Tunica County as well as Coahoma County. Even if you light spritz and sprinkles up in Fayette County, those showers have all faded away at this point. We'll keep a chance for a couple of isolated showers as we go through the coming hours, primarily for North Mississippi communities. It's not a ton, but it's something, right? And where we are stuck underneath the clouds today, the temperatures are going to run cooler. This is not a one-size-fits-all forecast here today. The clouds will be a bit more dominant in North Mississippi, keeping temperatures in the lower 60s. While here in the metro and points north and west of the metro, I think we make a run for the middle to even a few upper 60s, not completely off of the table. So a few showers. Again, we're not talking widespread rain here today. We're talking like a couple of isolated opportunities here today in this area. And maybe a stray shower trying to get here towards Memphis. I think the rain chances in Memphis really about 10% here today. So again, we might catch a couple of showers here generally south and east of Memphis as we go through the day ahead. It's not a ton. Notice by lunchtime as we look at our first alert futurecast, temperatures here lower 60s, middle 60s elsewhere as we get towards the afternoon. And a bit more sunshine the farther north that you go. Places like Harrisburg, Osceola, Wilson, Bassett, as well as Ripley, Tennessee, Brownsville, Alamo, Friendship, Dyersburg, Rowan, down towards Covington and Brighton over towards Bolivar. I think these spots here get some decent sunshine at some point today. Farther south again, we're going to be kind of flirting between the clouds and the sun here in the city of Memphis and around the metro area. So I think that there will be some periods where clouds are more dominant than periods where sun may be a bit more dominant. And the clouds are just dominant in general the farther south that you go. Batesville, Oxford, as well as Abbeville, Lake Center, Holly Springs, as well as Lafayette Springs down towards Walnut and Ashland and Ripley, Mississippi. Those clouds start to clear up and just in time for Thursday morning. Actually, I think Thursday ends up being a pretty decent day and a nice warm up into the upper 60s, low 70s. Not bad for a Thursday in the latter half of our middle portion of November, but we lead up to clouds rolling back in here and eventually shower chances just in time for Friday morning as the frontal boundary approaches the region. We need the rainfall desperately. We're 5 inches below average since September 1st. Now for the entire year, if you look at the entire year from front to back, we're still running above average, technically. We had a decent start to the year, but the problem is that over the last several weeks it's been dry, and that's why we continue with these drought conditions, wildfire issues across the area. So we still need to make up 5 inches of rainfall, and that starts the water year off pretty low for next year if we continue this trend here. And this is, again, a long stemming issue across the board. Of course, it goes back to the river levels. It goes back to everything else that we've been contending with over the last several weeks and months. And unfortunately, the way it's setting up is that we're probably going to end the year, unless we get a decent round of rain sometime soon, we're probably going to end the year below average on the year more than likely, or very close to it. And most definitely leading into the beginning of 2024 on a dry note. Of course, you can stay up to date with the very latest local weather information right there in the palm of your hand using the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. Give you a first alert to the next opportunities for rain. Now remember, we got rain on the way for a few folks here today. We got a few folks that will get some shower chances on Friday. Clears out for the weekend. But Sunday night, that's when our next opportunity for rain starts to move in here, and that leads us into the beginning of Thanksgiving week. This could be a disruptive system in the sense of rounds of rain that will continue to push through the area on Monday and Tuesday. Now, the timing of this is still iffy, but it does look like an early week system will have impacts of rain across the area. Now, I want to emphasize the word rain there because, again, it wasn't but a couple of days ago we had people on social media talking about snow coming in here. Now, is it out of the realm of possibility for us to see wintry precipitation this time of the year? No, it's not. I was looking back in some of the data. I think it was 2018, 2019, we had some light snow that fell across portions of, I think it was 2018, fell across portions of the area in the middle of November. It's not off of the table, but this ain't it. We can't buy a drop of rain at this point, so I don't think snow is going to be an issue. I think what we're going to be continuing with, definitely some rain, and maybe if this system still comes in here the way it's looking right now, where it's trending, some decent rainfall, maybe some appreciable rainfall that we can maybe put a dent in that deficit. Let's hope that's the case. But keep in mind, it's also the week of Thanksgiving. A lot of people will be doing some traveling. And the problem is that this is not just going to be a system for us. It'll be a system all across the United States, and that could have some implications there if you have travel plans outside of the region once we get towards the early and middle portions of next week. In the meantime, again, above average numbers here today, tomorrow, and Friday. Highs today, it will range between about 60 and 68 degrees, depending on where you are. So again, it's not a one-size-fits-all forecast. The spots that may get into the upper 60s today, those will be the spots that will tend to be north and west of Memphis. Farther south, I think low 60s in those locations. Amid variably cloudy skies, a couple of isolated showers here and there. Tomorrow, it's mostly to partly sunny skies. A high near 70. We'll go 60s again for Friday. Mostly cloudy skies. Chances for a couple of passing showers in play there. Then Saturday and Sunday, hey, beautiful weather for the Memphis and SMU game. Weather looks pretty good for most of Sunday. I will say most of Sunday because it does look like that by Sunday night. We'll probably get the rain to move in here, and that takes us into the beginning portions of next week. Of course, Monday into Tuesday, rain looks a bit more likely. Timing of that, amounts of rain to be determined, to be fine-tuned. But again, I'm giving you a first alert to a messy go of the first part of Thanksgiving week. Giving you a first alert to Thanksgiving. Not bad, cooler, highs in the 50s to near 60 and partly cloudy skies.
Our first alert meteorologist, Patrick Ellis, giving us the first alert to showers and not a bad Thanksgiving Day forecast, Patrick, I got to say.
Yeah, just go onto that app. It's on there. We've updated it for all sections of the Action News 5 coverage area. And again, for the most part, looks quiet for now, mostly to partly sunny with temperatures in the 50s to near 60. That bodes well for the Egg Bowl coming up on that Thursday evening, 6:30, with Ole Miss and Mississippi State. Should be an interesting game, to say the least. But I think that as we go through the next couple of days, of course, the weather pretty quiet for us across the board as we lead into Thanksgiving week. The issue is, again, the front side of Thanksgiving week, the travel portion of Thanksgiving week could be messy, not just locally, but probably in a national, regional sense. Eastern half of the United States could be dealing with a pretty large-scale system.
Meteorologist Patrick Ellis, appreciate that. Appreciate all the info here. Thanks very much.
No problem.
Okay, we're going to take a short break. Back in 60 seconds with the live report from Sydney Gray. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Shock, anger, and sadness. Some of the emotions St. Jude employees are feeling after the death of their fellow employee and researcher, 32-year-old Alexander Bulakov. The husband and father was shot and killed in front of his wife and his small child. We have Sydney Gray live from where it happened off Tennessee Street near Tom Lee Park. She has details for us this morning. Sydney, good morning.
Happened on Sunday, and that's because, as we have been telling you guys all morning long, Alexander was defending his wife and daughter in the midst of everything that was happening. So we know that 23-year-old Marius Ward and 22-year-old Brandy Rucker, well, they are both facing first-degree murder charges. According to Memphis police, Alexander Bulakov was walking with his wife and child near Tennessee Street in the downtown area when police say Ward held them up at gunpoint. The affidavit goes on to say that Alexander did give up his wallet, but then Ward still pointed a gun at his wife. It goes on to say in an attempt to defend his wife, they struggled over that weapon, and then Alexander was shot. He had to be taken to Regional 1 Hospital, but was pronounced dead there. So police also say that Ward and Rucker later drove off in a white Toyota, where they were caught the next day at the Whitney Manor Apartments that's in Fraser. And we did get a statement from St. Jude Hospital, where Alexander worked, and they said, quote, "We are deeply saddened by the loss of a valued member of the St. Jude community. Our thoughts are with Alexander's family, and we are working to support them during this difficult time." Now, investigators say that Rucker admitted to being the driver when the two drove off, and Ward also confessed to being the gunman responsible for Alexander's murder. Now, they are set to appear in court later this morning in Shelby County Court at 9 o'clock. We're going to be there bringing you updates on what happens today, and we'll have that for you on our website. For now, I'm live downtown. Sydney Gray, Action News 5.
Okay, Sydney, thank you. It was a tough weekend. That's how Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis described the crime seen on video over the weekend. Many would say it's been a tough year, not just a tough weekend. Others would say it's been a tough few years in the city of Memphis. This comes as her department is actively working to hire help. Cindy Hawkins has more from Police Chief C.J. Davis.
The main question coming into our newsroom as well as on social media is, what is the Memphis Police Department doing about this crime? Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis says her officers simply need more help. Chief Davis addressed the violent crime like what we saw over the weekend, including the deadly shooting that claimed the life of a St. Jude employee, as well as her department's efforts to tackle that crime. She says that includes adding to the ranks. Currently, close to 2,000 officers are employed with the Memphis Police Department. She says she'd like to add or have 2,500 officers on the streets of Memphis. The next two classes of MPD recruits will add an additional 100 cadets to the department. She says her department is seeing more recruits, but she needs hundreds more. And record numbers of arrests is what Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis says she's seeing in the city of Memphis, with 23,000 people arrested just this year. 22% of those arrests were repeat offenders. On the county side, Shelby County District Attorney Steve Mulroy says he's seeing a decrease in repeat offenders. Reporting at the Memphis Police Department headquarters, Sydney Hawkins, Action News 5.
Okay, Sydney Hawkins there for us, taking a live look from our High Five camera, Midtown Memphis. You can see the sun is out, behind those clouds there, 58 degrees at 7:14. We're going to take a short break. Back in 60 seconds. All right, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We've been talking about holiday travel and Thanksgiving travel this year. It is expected to be high once again. In fact, this year is expected to be a 2.4% increase over last year. It would make it, if that holds true, the second highest increase and the second highest travel weekend over Thanksgiving since 2005. Let's bring in someone to talk more about this. Our friend Megan Cooper with AAA joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Megan, always good to see you. Tell us about what that means, having the second highest since 2005. What does that mean for Tennesseans everywhere? Good morning.
Good morning. And what this means is expect there to be a lot of company, regardless of if you're flying or driving to your Thanksgiving plans. 2005 was many, many years ago. So it's been a while since we have seen this volume of travelers for Thanksgiving. So things are going to be busy.
Yes, and we got this beautiful graphic here, travel forecast from AAA. I understand there's some best times to travel and some worst times. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so taking a look at when you should and shouldn't travel, the majority of Tennesseans are going to be traveling by car. They're going to take a road trip, and we're actually expecting road travel volume to be the highest on record here in Tennessee. So we're expecting the Wednesday before Thanksgiving to be the busiest day on the roadways. So if you can avoid traveling on Wednesday, that's probably best. But looking at the week, Wednesday through the weekend, it's going to be very, very busy in the afternoons. So if you're still planning out your road trip, try to leave earlier in the morning or later in the evening. That is going to allow you to really avoid some of the most congested times that we're expecting on the roads.
I love it, and I love this graphic that we're looking at. It's really easy to really kind of decipher when the best and worst times are. You also have some tips for people flying this Thanksgiving holiday season. Let's talk about that.
Yeah. So if you're flying, one of the biggest tips that I can give you is to plan ahead. So make sure that you're checking in early for your flight. Make sure you download that airline app just so you can stay up to date on if your flight is on time or what's happening. Make sure that you are getting to the airport early. There are going to be lots of people flying, so make sure that you give yourself enough time to get through the security line. If you're checking baggage, get there early. Just make sure that you're not rushing to the airport and not giving yourself enough time. And then finally, make sure that you're packing smartly. So make sure that you have everything that you could possibly need in your carry-on baggage if you're checking your baggage. So make sure that you have medication, extra clothing, things that could be helpful if plans don't go how you want them to in the airport. Just make sure that you have everything with you, just to make sure.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And tell me how gas prices can really impact this. I see that gas prices are down, and relatively speaking, I'm sure that means that many more people are going to hit the roadway, right?
So we typically don't find that gas prices either deter or encourage travel because this time of year, most people already have those Thanksgiving plans already planned. But this year, we are seeing quite a bit of drop at the pump as what we were seeing earlier in the year. So we are now seeing in Tennessee for the first time since January, gas prices below $3 per gallon. It's likely as we head through the next couple of weeks into the holidays that these cheaper prices are going to stick around. So that's a nice little Thanksgiving gift for drivers to not be paying as much as the pump as we were last year. Last year, the state gas price average was around $3.16. And today we're seeing a gas price average of about $2.96. So a little bit of nice savings, a little bit of money back in the pocket that people could spend on fun Thanksgiving things instead of fueling up their car to get where they're going.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take it. Every little bit counts for sure. Anything else, Megan? We have thousands of people that watch us on the digital desk. I give you the last word. Anything else we can tell them before they take off this Thanksgiving holiday weekend?
Yeah, the biggest thing is just to plan ahead. Know that the roads, the skies are going to be busy. So give yourself plenty of time to get where you're going. Plan ahead and enjoy your Thanksgiving. We want everybody to have fun with family and friends, but planning ahead can help make that a little bit more seamless and remove some of those travel headaches.
Planning ahead, so key. Megan Cooper with AAA, we appreciate you. Have yourself a wonderful Thanksgiving holiday weekend. Thanks for the tips.
Thanks, and you too.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Only half of U.S. households donate to charity. A new study out there, and some people really hesitant this holiday season. Donors love to give to after a major disaster, but this year it's left many people strapped for cash. In fact, according to this new study, 1 out of 3 say they'd have to limit holiday giving. So let's talk more about this issue with Thomas Tighe. He's CEO of Direct Relief. Thomas, good to have you back here on the digital desk. What changes are we seeing this year? Can you explain more about this study that I just mentioned? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Well, yeah, I think the study, as you said, showed people are feeling pinched. I think fewer people are feeling they were going to be in a position to make what the typical year-end charitable contribution that they may have made in the past. And I think there's some demographic issues too. Just what this survey showed, how people are informing themselves and what's driving decisions differs generationally. I think with the younger people, younger for me being under 40, I think much more likely to take their cues from social media and peers rather than the traditional sources or just straight advertising. So what it means is unclear, except that it's kind of people are feeling tighter. There's been a series of major events that have driven contributions over the course of the year. And as we approach year's end, it's unclear how folks are going to be, whether they'll be in a position to do what they have done in the past, given the current circumstances. So it's sobering, but it's always sobering, and you don't expect it. You're just hopeful, and it's a deeply ingrained part of the American tradition. So I think Direct Relief and many other nonprofits are hopeful that they can connect with people and that they're in a position to help.
What type of nonprofits are charitable givers most likely to donate to this holiday season, Tom?
It's unclear. I think, what we've seen over the course of the year is that these series of major events in the world, the fire in Maui in the summer, the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria earlier in the year, the war in Ukraine, I think and now of course the unfolding situation in the Middle East with the war in Gaza, I think those rivet attention. And I think the more attention it tends to historically to be, that tends to be a driver of contributions. So the local ongoing efforts, whether it's animal shelters or food banks or diaper banks or just the arts programs or after school programs, that's the concern. Will people be in a position to help these? Because those needs have not gone away, even though they don't receive the typical profile that many of these high profile events do. So that's what it found. Not too surprising, really, and the effects of inflation hit different people differently. So I think we approach year's end. I think every organization that relies on charitable support is hopeful, but the other finding was that there's a decreased level of trust generally in society for institutions and government. So I think there's work to do for nonprofits to make sure that they are being transparent and clear and not just making an emotional case for the cause, but also a practical head-focused case that this is what we're going to do with your money and why it's important. I think that's increasingly important given the increasing skepticism and erosion of trust, I think, in some of the institutions that the survey picked up as well.
No question about it, Tom. We have thousands of people that watch us here each and every morning, and we know that the Mid-South, where we are, West Tennessee, Eastern Arkansas, North Mississippi, one of the most generous areas in the country. If people are looking to donate this holiday season, what advice do you have for them?
I think the first comment is that no one can tell you what you should care about. right? That's a very personal decision. But once you find the cause that speaks to your heart, it's important to engage your head too, to make sure that if you care about arts programs or animal welfare, there are sources like charitynavigator.org or Charity Watch that are watchdog organizations about nonprofits that will help you identify which organizations who are working on that cause are doing a good job with your money. And I think it's important for people to do that. The nice thing about charitable contributions is that it speaks to people's soul and it defines what they care about. It's emotional, but because it's emotional, emotions can be exploited too. So it's worth engaging both your heart that defines what you care about, but also your head to make sure that you're not being played or manipulated emotionally. And that's what the Charity Watch and the Charity Navigator are, a check on that, so you can just see what the grade is or the score on matters such as financial transparency, accountability, and efficiency. And I think that's important for just general advice for any consumer.
Before we let you go, Tom, do you know of any place online where perhaps some of our audience can go and get some more information on exactly where to give this holiday season and just overall general advice to be safe out there?
I think the ones I mentioned, Charity Navigator, which is probably the largest .org. It's just a website that's independent. It just calls it as they see it. It's a rating agency for charitable organizations, and many groups like Direct Relief have their own website. Directrelief.org is ours, but I think it's important the sequence is find the cause you care about and then find which organizations within that cause will do the best and make you feel even better about the wonderful gift if you're in a position to make that. And finally, even for the people who are not in a position to make a charitable contribution, the survey found that younger people look to each other and peers for a validation. So even if you're not in a position to give money, you can still lend your voice to an organization that you care about and know well. That's really important for a nonprofit, just to have visible cheerleaders out there for their cause. So it's not only about the money, it's about the support and recognition that addresses that issue of trust I mentioned, which is in thinner supplies these days overall in society.
Thomas Tighe, CEO of Direct Relief, we appreciate you coming on the digital desk once again. Thanks so much for the valuable tips this holiday season.
Thank you for having me. My pleasure.
Let's get a daily dose of positivity with our friend Talisa Franklin joining us from WAVN to talk about the community, the culture, and the conversation. Talisa, good morning to you. How are things at WAVN, the Trend?
All is well. I am just so excited about how we can continue just to trend great, positive community things that's going on in our city. So I'm always just blessed with that. And today is no exception to the rule, because today we are, Andrew, it's that time of the year that everybody is talking about giving and receiving, and, and it feels really good to know that we have so many people that care. And on this Saturday, I am excited about the Fresh Starts Community baby shower. Listen, I have been a part of this baby shower with State Representative Antonio Parkinson for so many years now, and it just makes my heart feel so good to see all the new and expecting mothers with what's going on to ensure their baby have the best fresh start in life. And so listen, if you are expecting or you've just had a baby and you want to come and experience this Fresh Starts Community Baby Shower, listen, it happens this Saturday, November the 18th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Breath of Life Christian Church. Let me tell you, this event is an amazing event of time, of fellowship, and loving on each other and getting the tools that you need to be the best mother that you can be to your mom, to your baby. So go to freshstartsbabyshower.com, register, and we cannot wait to see your face in the place. Yes. And so that is happening on this Saturday. And then for the entire city of Memphis, we have the One Memphis Prayer Summit. Let me tell you, last year, oh my God, it was such an amazing experience to see everybody, what Memphis looks like, right? It was this all walks of life, all cultures working together, praying for the good of our city. And we know we've had a little hiccups in our city, but we yet believe in our city, y'all. We got to keep believing. We cannot let what we see, the little that we see, mess us up from not believing. And so on this Saturday at 4 o'clock, it's the One Memphis Prayer Summit that's happening. Shout out to Pastors Lavenders that's got a great work that's going on. City Councilwoman Rhonda Logan and so many others that's putting on this event so that we all can come together in the Renaissance Center in the middle of downtown Memphis and say we're going to pray together and see the best for our city. And so listen, you are invited this weekend. If you having a baby or just had a baby, you got to be at the Fresh Starts Community Baby Shower. Get those best practices that you need to be that best version of a mother that you know that you desire to be. And then let's all of us come out and let's pray together for the good of our community with One Memphis Prayer Summit that's happening on this Saturday at 4 o'clock at the Renaissance Convention Center. And so I'm excited about all things Memphis. And then y'all know that morning I will be actually at the Whitehaven Parade. So there's so many things to do in Memphis. Get out and have fun and enjoy our beautiful city. Yes.
Yes, Talisa, we need that positivity. There's so many different things happening, but I look forward to our interview each and every week, Talisa, because you always focus on the bright side, the positive side, and man, that is needed. I crave it each and every time we talk, so thank you.
Oh, thank you, my brother. Have a great day.
Smack dab in the middle of the month, and we are experiencing some 58 degrees as you look over my shoulder. A beautiful start to your Wednesday. Let's check in with meteorologist Patrick Ellis now to talk a little bit more about our forecast.
Let's get you out the door this morning because we've still got those clouds and even a few showers to contend with across the Mid-South as we're starting off here on a Wednesday morning. Most of the shower activity, though, has been hanging out down to the south of us on the I-22 corridor. But even with that said, you notice here over the last probably 2 hours, the rain has really started to kind of fade away as it's crossed I-22, but still an opportunity that we could still see some isolated showers here today. There's those showers right now. Again, if you're going down I-22, getting out towards like New Albany, Blue Mountain, and heading out towards Blue Springs out there by the Toyota plant, and also Tupelo from Highway 45 heading up towards Guntown and Saltillo this morning, running into some showers and all the way out to the state line. But we are mostly dry. We've had a couple of spritz and sprinkles this morning in places like Tunica County as well as Coahoma County. Even if you light spritz and sprinkles up in Fayette County, those showers have all faded away at this point. We'll keep a chance for a couple of isolated showers as we go through the coming hours, primarily for North Mississippi communities. It's not a ton, but it's something, right? And where we are stuck underneath the clouds today, the temperatures are going to run cooler. This is not a one-size-fits-all forecast here today. The clouds will be a bit more dominant in North Mississippi, keeping temperatures in the lower 60s. While here in the metro and points north and west of the metro, I think we make a run for the middle to even a few upper 60s, not completely off of the table. So a few showers. Again, we're not talking widespread rain here today. We're talking like a couple of isolated opportunities here today in this area, and maybe a stray shower trying to get here towards Memphis. I think the rain chances in Memphis really about 10% here today. So again, we might catch a couple of showers here generally south and east of Memphis as we go through the day ahead. It's not a ton. Notice by lunchtime, as we look at our First Alert Futurecast, temperatures here, lower 60s, middle 60s elsewhere as we get towards the afternoon. And a bit more sunshine the farther north that you go. Places like Harrisburg, Osceola, Wilson, Bassett, as well as Ripley, Tennessee, Brownsville, Alamo, Friendship, Dyersburg, Rowan, down towards Covington and Brighton over towards Bolivar. I think these spots here get some decent sunshine at some point today. Farther south again, we're going to be kind of flirting between the clouds and the sun here in the city of Memphis and around the metro area. So I think that there will be some periods where clouds are more dominant than periods where sun may be a bit more dominant. And the clouds are just dominant in general the farther south that you go. Batesville, Oxford, as well as Abbeville, Lake Center, Holly Springs, as well as Lafayette Springs down towards Walnut, and Ashland, and Ripley, Mississippi. Those clouds start to clear up, and just in time for Thursday morning. Actually, I think Thursday ends up being a pretty decent day and a nice warm up into the upper 60s, low 70s. Not bad for a Thursday in the latter half of our middle portion of November, but we lead up to clouds rolling back in here and eventually shower chances just in time for Friday morning as the frontal boundary approaches the region. We need the rainfall desperately. We're 5 inches below average since September 1st. Now, for the entire year, if you look at the entire year from front to back, we're still running above average, technically. We had a decent start to the year, but the problem is that over the last several weeks it's been dry, and that's why we continue with these drought conditions, wildfire issues across the area. So we still need to make up 5 inches of rainfall, and that starts the water year off pretty low for next year if we continue this trend here. And this is, again, a long stemming issue across the board. Of course, it goes back to the river levels. It goes back to everything else that we've been contending with over the last several weeks and months. And unfortunately, the way it's setting up is that we're probably going to end the year, unless we get a decent round of rain sometime soon, we're probably going to end the year below average on the year, more than likely, or very close to it, and most definitely leading into the beginning of 2024 on a dry note. Of course, you can stay up to date with the very latest local weather information right there in the palm of your hand using the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store, giving you a first alert to the next opportunities for rain. Now, remember, we got rain on the way for a few folks here today. We got a few folks that will get some shower chances on Friday. Clears out for the weekend. But Sunday night, that's when our next opportunity for rain starts to move in here, and that leads us into the beginning of Thanksgiving week. This could be a disruptive system in the sense of rounds of rain that will continue to push through the area on Monday and Tuesday. Now, the timing of this is still iffy, but it does look like an early week system will have impacts of rain across the area. Now, I want to emphasize the word rain there because, again, it wasn't but a couple of days ago we had people on social media talking about snow coming in here. Now, is it out of the realm of possibility for us to see wintry precipitation this time of the year? No, it's not. I was looking back in some of the data. I think it was 2018, 2019, we had some light snow that fell across portions of, I think it was 2018, fell across portions of the area in the middle of November. It's not off of the table, but this ain't it. We can't buy a drop of rain at this point, so I don't think snow is going to be an issue. I think what we're going to be continuing with, definitely some rain, and maybe if this system still comes in here the way it's looking right now, where it's trending, some decent rainfall, maybe some appreciable rainfall that we could maybe put a dent in that deficit. Let's hope that's the case. But keep in mind, it's also the week of Thanksgiving. A lot of people will be doing some traveling. And the problem is that this is not just going to be a system for us. It'll be a system all across the United States. And that could have some implications there if you have travel plans outside of the region once we get towards the early and middle portions of next week. In the meantime, again, above average numbers here today, tomorrow, and Friday. Highs today, it will range between about 60 and 68 degrees, depending on where you are. So again, it's not a one-size-fits-all forecast. The spots that may get into the upper 60s today, those will be the spots that will tend to be north and west of Memphis. Farther south, I think low 60s in those locations amid variably cloudy skies, a couple of isolated showers here and there. Tomorrow, it's mostly to partly sunny skies, a high near 70. We'll go 60s again for Friday, mostly cloudy skies, chances for a couple of passing showers in play there. Then Saturday and Sunday, hey, beautiful weather for the Memphis and SMU game. Weather looks pretty good for most of Sunday. I will say most of Sunday because it does look like that by Sunday night. We'll probably get the rain to move in here, and that takes us into the beginning portions of next week. Of course, Monday into Tuesday, rain looks a bit more likely. Timing of that, amounts of rain to be determined, to be fine-tuned. But again, I'm giving you a first alert to a messy go of the first part of Thanksgiving week. Giving you a first alert to Thanksgiving. Not bad, cooler, highs in the 50s to near 60 and partly cloudy skies.
Our first alert meteorologist, Patrick Ellis, giving us the first alert to showers and not a bad Thanksgiving Day forecast, Patrick, I got to say.
Yeah, just go onto that app. It's on there. We've updated it for all sections of the Action News 5 coverage area. And again, for the most part, looks quiet for now, mostly to partly sunny with temperatures in the 50s to near 60. That bodes well for the Egg Bowl coming up on that Thursday evening, 6:30, with Ole Miss and Mississippi State. Should be an interesting game, to say the least. But I think that as we go through the next couple of days, of course, the weather pretty quiet for us across the board as we lead into Thanksgiving week. The issue is, again, the front side of Thanksgiving week, the travel portion of Thanksgiving week could be messy, not just locally, but probably in a national, regional sense. Eastern half of the United States could be dealing with a pretty large-scale system.
All right, we've been talking about the holiday season all morning long. Everyone getting into those festive moods and maybe doing some early shopping and certainly getting some more food out there, holiday food for Thanksgiving and then for Christmas. Well, there is a tradition that's been so much a part of the American culture during the holidays. I'm talking about the Radio City Rockettes. The Rockettes have been around, since 1933 here, and they reach all over. They're known internationally, all over the world. Well, there is a young lady from the Bartlett area who's a part of the Rockettes, and she joins us right now on the Action News 5 digital desk. Carmen Moore danced at the Dance Academy of Bartlett, and she is now a Rockette. And Carmen, good morning to you. I see that you're in, it looks like a dressing room. Is that where you're talking to us? Good morning.
Yes, good morning. I'm actually here at Radio City Music Hall. We're gearing up for our first show this Friday, November 17th. So I'm here with all of our beautiful costumes behind me. It's so nice to be here.
It looks fantastic, Carmen. So take us through a rehearsal. I mean, you're saying you're getting ready. It's coming up. It's only a few days away. Take us through what that rehearsal is like for you.
Yeah, of course. We actually rehearse 6 hours a day, 6 days a week for 6 weeks. So we are definitely more than enough prepared for bringing the holiday season to New York City. It's been a very wonderful process meeting these amazing women. There's 84 women who work here. And it's just a pleasure to absolutely gain this sisterhood alongside of them. And I am just so blessed to be able to be a part of it.
Oh, yeah, and we're looking at the beautiful Rockettes here. I can see it, the video. I understand that you are the first African-American from the Memphis area to be a part of the Rockettes. Is that true?
Yes, I am. I feel very honored. You know, I grew up watching the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade and seeing women like Denell Morgan on the screen and being like, that's what I want to do one day. And I would just feel so honored to be a part of this wonderful legacy, to be able to inspire other young women just like me to do the same thing and pursue their dreams.
So take me through the process. First, what made you want to be a Rockette? That's one. And then two, what is the audition like?
So I, again, grew up watching the Thanksgiving Day Parade. So watching them every single Thanksgiving was definitely a part of our family tradition. And then my mom was kind enough to take me to Nashville to go see the show when they used to tour. And then I was eventually able to go see it at Radio City Music Hall. And I knew then that that's what I wanted to do. And when I graduated college from SMU, I told myself, it's what you have to do. It's been a lifelong dream of yours. Let's just go audition. And went through the process. It was a 3-day process. And from there, I was invited to the Rockettes Conservatory, which is a no-cost invite-only program here. And I was able to learn what it was like to be a part of the line and eventually re-audition and get the call that I got the job.
Yeah, congratulations to you. I got to ask you. I mean, being a part of Radio City Music Hall, being a part of the Rockettes, a tradition that's been around almost 100 years, that carries a lot of weight for some people. What do you think about when you rehearse and then you're going to have your performance in a few days? What's going to be going through your mind?
Wow. I mean, there's so much history here at Radio City. I mean, it's all over the walls. You're constantly reminded of the fact that this has been around since 1933, especially doing dances such as the Parade of the Wooden Soldiers, which has been around since 1933. Really putting on those costumes, you feel that legacy on your shoulders. And while, yes, it can be a little nerve-wracking because that's a lot of pressure, it's also very fulfilling to know that you're trusted with this material and you're able to pass that on to millions of people. And it really is a blessing.
Tell us about your family members when they first found out that you were going to be a Rockette, and are they going to be traveling with you or seeing you in different spots? How's that going to work?
Yeah, so actually I was at home when I got the call that I got the job, and my mom was in her office, and I remember being asleep when I got the call, and I woke up and ran to my mom's office to go tell her, and we sat and cried with joy for a long time. But they're so incredibly proud. They'll actually be here for opening night this Friday, which is so exciting. We have a big group, so I'm very excited for this week. It's going to be very special.
Oh, yeah, you should be. Very special. And I guess in terms of people in Memphis and the Mid-South, we'll be able to see you on the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, correct?
Yes, correct. I actually just recently found out. So you could keep an eye out. You'll see a familiar face.
Fantastic, Carmen. I want to ask you one more thing here. We have thousands of people that watch us on the digital desk each and every morning. Is there anything you want to mention to people of Memphis, the Mid-South, Bartlett?
Yeah, I just want you all to know that I'm taking you with me. You're a part of my journey, and I'm so grateful for the village that has been a part of my dance journey since I was 4 all the way to now. I feel so honored to be taking a piece of Memphis and bringing it here to New York City. And if you make your way to New York City, I would love to see you. We're here at Radio City Music Hall. You can get your tickets at rockettes.com, or if you're here at the Radio City box office.
Well, Carmen Moore, we are sure proud of you and your accomplishments, and we are so excited to see you on stage and all the bright lights and glitter that come with the Rockettes. Congratulations. Thank you so much for talking to us on the digital desk, and you're making us all proud. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Okay, I want to talk about Chalkbeat. If you've never been familiar with the organization, it is a nonprofit that focuses on education. And Chalkbeat Tennessee specifically talks about education in the state of Tennessee, and they have a new story posted. Feds urge schools to protect the rights of Jewish Muslim students following alarming rise in incidents. Let's bring in the author of that story, Chalkbeat reporter Kaylin Belsha. She is joining us now on the digital desk. Kaylin, tell me more about this story and how bad are these incidents, the alarming rise in incidents. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, so last week, the federal officials in the education department put out a letter just reminding schools, both K-12 schools and colleges, that they are legally required to protect the civil rights of Jewish students, Arab students, Muslim students, students with Israeli ties. And so what we've been seeing right now is a rise in hate-based incidents on college campuses in particular, and also in some schools, K-12 schools. We've seen things like death threats, email threats, folks who've seen, hate scribbled on walls, things like that. And sometimes in K-12 schools, we've seen things like taunting and bullying.
Yeah, it's difficult to hear all those things. I hate to hear it, but unfortunately, it's something that we've seen across social media as well. Do the feds or I don't know, local school leaders, do they have an answer to all this? Is it more security on campus, or is it a more complex response?
I mean, I think it depends on the kind of incident that folks are dealing with. If it's something like hate-based discrimination, the federal officials have encouraged folks to file a civil rights complaint, and they can investigate and see what's going on, potentially step in and issue some kind of remedy. If it's something more like conflict in the classroom or having difficulty having conversations, there's been a lot of guides that have been put out about how teachers can have these conversations in their classrooms. Some advocates I've talked to have suggested, really planning these kinds of conversations and not necessarily having them in a heated moment, but trying to have a facilitated talk where it's planned, students know it's coming, and you can kind of prepare folks for it. And also using this as a moment to teach about media literacy, because I think students are consuming a lot of information right now. Not all of it is accurate. And so they really encourage trying to kind of tone down the heated tenor and try to have calm conversations about this in the classroom.
I see, according to your report, there's about 500 different incidents of what you described all across the country. I know you're based in Chicago. Any data you have for Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas with regards to these kind of incidents?
I don't have any state level data on this right now. I do know that in the last month, the federal education department has said that they've seen, over a dozen different complaints, mostly on college campuses, and they're going to be continuing to track that. In the past, there's hundreds of incidents that advocates have tracked all across the country in many different states of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. So I think there's, a couple different organizations tracking what's going on right now, and most of them agree that they've seen an uptick in the last month and a half.
So, Kaylin, we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning on the digital desk. Is there something that perhaps viewers can do with regards to these incidents, with ways to, obviously protect their own students, but also to make sure that these incidents don't really, flare up on their kids' college campuses, I guess?
Yeah, I think if you're a parent, this is something that you can ask your child about if you're having conversations about this in your classroom, or if it's coming up at college, if there's been protests on the college campus, and just trying to hear out what students are seeing and experiencing, and if they're confused about anything. I think right now it's really hard to kind of enter into the conversation without the historical context. And so if you can, you might be able to help your child research what's going on and maybe better understand what's happening.
Where can we find your story if we'd like to read more in depth on it?
Yeah, my story's on chalkbeat.org.
And just search your name?
Yep, you can just search my name, or it should still be on our homepage too.
Okay, Kaylin Belsha, we appreciate you and everything that chalkbeat.org does. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much for having me.
Smack dab in the middle of the month, and we are experiencing some 58 degrees as you look over my shoulder. A beautiful start to your Wednesday. Let's check in with meteorologist Patrick Ellis now to talk a little bit more about our forecast.
Let's get you out the door this morning because we've still got those clouds and even a few showers to contend with across the Mid-South as we're starting off here on a Wednesday morning. Most of the shower activity, though, has been hanging out down to the south of us on the I-22 corridor. But even with that said, you notice here over the last probably 2 hours, the rain has really started to kind of fade away as it's crossed I-22, but still an opportunity that we could still see some isolated showers here today. There's those showers right now. Again, if you're going down I-22, getting out towards like New Albany, Blue Mountain, and heading out towards Blue Springs out there by the Toyota plant, and also Tupelo from Highway 45 heading up towards Guntown and Saltillo this morning, running into some showers and all the way out to the state line. But we are mostly dry. We've had a couple of spritz and sprinkles this morning in places like Tunica County as well as Coahoma County. Even if you light spritz and sprinkles up in Fayette County, those showers have all faded away at this point. We'll keep a chance for a couple of isolated showers as we go through the coming hours, primarily for North Mississippi communities. It's not a ton, but it's something, right? And where we are stuck underneath the clouds today, the temperatures are going to run cooler. This is not a one-size-fits-all forecast here today. The clouds will be a bit more dominant in North Mississippi, keeping temperatures in the lower 60s. While here in the metro and points north and west of the metro, I think we make a run for the middle to even a few upper 60s, not completely off of the table. So a few showers. Again, we're not talking widespread rain here today. We're talking like a couple of isolated opportunities here today in this area, and maybe a stray shower trying to get here towards Memphis. I think the rain chances in Memphis really about 10% here today. So again, we might catch a couple of showers here generally south and east of Memphis as we go through the day ahead. It's not a ton. Notice by lunchtime, as we look at our First Alert Futurecast, temperatures here, lower 60s, middle 60s elsewhere as we get towards the afternoon. And a bit more sunshine the farther north that you go. Places like Harrisburg, Osceola, Wilson, Bassett, as well as Ripley, Tennessee, Brownsville, Alamo, Friendship, Dyersburg, Rowan, down towards Covington and Brighton over towards Bolivar. I think these spots here get some decent sunshine at some point today. Farther south again, we're going to be kind of flirting between the clouds and the sun here in the city of Memphis and around the metro area. So I think that there will be some periods where clouds are more dominant than periods where sun may be a bit more dominant. And the clouds are just dominant in general the farther south that you go. Batesville, Oxford, as well as Abbeville, Lake Center, Holly Springs, as well as Lafayette Springs down towards Walnut and Ashland and Ripley, Mississippi. Those clouds start to clear up and just in time for Thursday morning. Actually, I think Thursday ends up being a pretty decent day and a nice warm up into the upper 60s, low 70s. Not bad for a Thursday in the latter half of our middle portion of November, but we lead up to clouds rolling back in here and eventually shower chances just in time for Friday morning as the frontal boundary approaches the region. We need the rainfall desperately. We're 5 inches below average since September 1st. Now for the entire year, if you look at the entire year from front to back, we're still running above average, technically. We had a decent start to the year, but the problem is that over the last several weeks it's been dry, and that's why we continue with these drought conditions, wildfire issues across the area. So we still need to make up 5 inches of rainfall, and that starts the water year off pretty low for next year if we continue this trend here. And this is, again, a long stemming issue across the board. Of course, it goes back to the river levels. It goes back to everything else that we've been contending with over the last several weeks and months. And unfortunately, the way it's setting up is that we're probably going to end the year, unless we get a decent round of rain sometime soon, we're probably going to end the year below average on the year more than likely, or very close to it, and most definitely leading into the beginning of 2024 on a dry note. Of course, you can stay up to date with the very latest local weather information right there in the palm of your hand using the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store, giving you a first alert to the next opportunities for rain. Now remember, we got rain on the way for a few folks here today. We got a few folks that will get some shower chances on Friday. Clears out for the weekend. But Sunday night, that's when our next opportunity for rain starts to move in here, and that leads us into the beginning of Thanksgiving week. This could be a disruptive system in the sense of rounds of rain that will continue to push through the area on Monday and Tuesday. Now, the timing of this is still iffy, but it does look like an early week system will have impacts of rain across the area. Now, I want to emphasize the word rain there because, again, it wasn't but a couple of days ago we had people on social media talking about snow coming in here. Now, is it out of the realm of possibility for us to see wintry precipitation this time of the year? No, it's not. I was looking back in some of the data. I think it was 2018, 2019, we had some light snow that fell across portions of, I think it was 2018, fell across portions of the area in the middle of November. It's not off of the table, but this ain't it. We can't buy a drop of rain at this point, so I don't think snow is going to be an issue. I think what we're going to be continuing with, definitely some rain, and maybe if this system still comes in here the way it's looking right now, where it's trending, some decent rainfall, maybe some appreciable rainfall that we could maybe put a dent in that deficit. Let's hope that's the case. But keep in mind, it's also the week of Thanksgiving. A lot of people will be doing some traveling. And the problem is that this is not just going to be a system for us. It'll be a system all across the United States. And that could have some implications there if you have travel plans outside of the region once we get towards the early and middle portions of next week. In the meantime, again, above average numbers here today, tomorrow, and Friday. Highs today, it will range between about 60 and 68 degrees, depending on where you are. So again, it's not a one-size-fits-all forecast. The spots that may get into the upper 60s today, those will be the spots that will tend to be north and west of Memphis. Farther south, I think low 60s in those locations. Amid variably cloudy skies, a couple of isolated showers here and there. Tomorrow, it's mostly to partly sunny skies. A high near 70. We'll go 60s again for Friday. Mostly cloudy skies. Chances for a couple of passing showers in play there. Then Saturday and Sunday, hey, beautiful weather for the Memphis and SMU game. Weather looks pretty good for most of Sunday. I will say most of Sunday because it does look like that by Sunday night. We'll probably get the rain to move in here, and that takes us into the beginning portions of next week. Of course, Monday into Tuesday, rain looks a bit more likely. Timing of that, amounts of rain to be determined, to be fine-tuned. But again, I'm giving you a first alert to a messy go of the first part of Thanksgiving week. Giving you a first alert to Thanksgiving. Not bad, cooler, highs in the 50s to near 60 and partly cloudy skies.
Our first alert meteorologist, Patrick Ellis, giving us the first alert to showers and not a bad Thanksgiving Day forecast, Patrick, I got to say.
Yeah, just go onto that app. It's on there. We've updated it for all sections of the Action News 5 coverage area. And again, for the most part, looks quiet for now, mostly to partly sunny with temperatures in the 50s to near 60. That bodes well for the Egg Bowl coming up on that Thursday evening, 6:30, with Ole Miss and Mississippi State. Should be an interesting game, to say the least. But I think that as we go through the next couple of days, of course, the weather pretty quiet for us across the board as we lead into Thanksgiving week. The issue is, again, the front side of Thanksgiving week, the travel portion of Thanksgiving week could be messy, not just locally, but probably in a national, regional sense. Eastern half of the United States could be dealing with a pretty large-scale system.
All right, well, I want to talk about something pretty interesting. You know, there's a lot of people that are just high performers, high achievers, and they have so many positive traits. I mean, the discipline, the resilience, focus, vision. But sometimes those people that achieve these great things also can kind of get into their head and self-sabotage. And so we want to talk about these things because I think a lot of times the biggest thing is just being aware that you're doing this and then knowing how to respond to that sort of thing. So joining me now to help kind of shed some light on this topic is Sherry Riley. She is a best-selling author and a high-performance life coach. And I know that you work with like the NBA Coaches Association, all kinds of different organizations like that. So you're well-versed on this topic. So let's just kind of talk about just some of the characteristics of those high achievers and then how sometimes they can kind of get in their own way, right?
In this age of, being a high performer, knowing how to go after what you want to achieve, there's also that downside of using too much of that drive. And a lot of times the confidence does not stay in alignment with the drive. So what I always say is we have the drive to succeed. Drive is what pushes us to achieve. Confidence is who we are when we get there.
And I know you have a list of 6 ways that high achievers are their own worst enemy. Can we kind of go through that list and just talk about what some of those are? Because like I was mentioning earlier, just being aware can sometimes help you make a change in maybe some of the things you're doing.
Yes, one of the first ones is we have to stop spending 100% of our time on 10% of who we are. That is what allows many high achievers to accomplish their great goals. And so there's this fallacy that if I just work in this 10%, then everything else through osmosis is going to be great in my life. And so we have to be very intentional that personal development is a key to developing and really emphasizing with the intention that other 90% of who we are. And when we do that, it allows us to be more empowered in our healthy life decisions. Because many times we also get to that place of success and realize we don't even know who we are. One of the other keys is ways that we self-sabotage as high achievers is we lead with this idea that we are entitled to our success because we work so hard versus accountability for the success that we achieve. And what happens with that is we get to this place where our ego minimizes us from growing so that we become better people, not just better in our profession. One of the other keys that I think is really most critical is we don't take time to self-assess. We begin to believe that all of our external success is the total magnitude of who we are. And again, as I said earlier, our skill and talent will take us to levels of success that our character can't sustain, meaning our decision making, how we self-assess the situation, how we're able to manage opportunities and distractions. And so that's when you see a high performer make a decision that you're looking at them like, how could you destroy all that you've worked for based on this bad decision? And that's because, again, our skill and talent would take us to levels of success that our character can't sustain.
This is super interesting to kind of dive into. For one, like you were mentioning, sometimes being kind of in your own lane and not taking advice from other people, because I know in my career field, a lot of the younger generation that's coming in, they have a lot more information about technology and how they're implementing that in the field. And then, everybody has something to bring to the table. And I think you can kind of take a piece of that, like you said, and help you to grow as well. And it's also one of those things, from what I'm hearing from you, it's just balance, because sometimes you get so hyper focused on this one thing that you, like you said, you lose yourself, and it kind of just creates this ripple effect, right?
Well, you highlighted 2 things. 2 other ways is social, this age of technology and just communicating through technology. And what I say all the time is we don't know how to be social in the age of social media. And so what happens is we spend so much time with technology, with high performers, that we lose how to communicate. And so there's so many ways our lack of social communication because of social media puts us in positions where we're misinterpreted. So that communicating just through technology, we need to really expand and be more intentional about how we engage socially. And then you also touched on another with work-life balance. And what I say is work-life balance is a myth. In my book, Exponential Living, I literally in the first 68 pages talk about it being a myth. It's really about that work-life integration. And when we really identify what's most important. And it's really hard when you're a high performer because you've spent so much time developing your skill that we lose sight of really what's most important. And when we stop and self-assess, we start to really speak about our values, which is family, right? Many times our faith. But when we look at where we spend our time is not in alignment with what we say we value. And so as a high performer, we have to really reassess, not work-life balance, but more of that full life integration and answer the question, what is most important? And when we get crystal clear on what's most important, then we make our decisions through that lens. If it's family, then we're able to make decisions where family is first, and then we allow our business and our professional decisions to be amplified through that lens of family first. So where we get out of sync emotionally is we say family is our most important value, but when we look at our time, when we look at our intention, family is usually last on the list. And that's what causes that internal conflict that many high performers are challenged with. And one of the greatest areas of growth for high performers is they've achieved so much externally, but they have this huge void internally. And that's where we begin to experience that depression or really feeling out of sync and not performing at our highest level because we have that void and we think that more work will fill it, when the truth of the matter is it really is about making what's most important most important.
That's a good point, too, because a lot of times people, especially with the social media world these days, and you see these people achieving all these things, they post it, and then, like you said, they're doing all of these things, but at the same time, a lot of times there's that void. And, I know you're a high-performance life coach. Is this something you run into a lot? What is the biggest thing that people come to you saying that stands out?
Oh, my goodness. Yes, because they create a persona for social media. And then many times it's not in alignment with who they are and what they value in their own personal life. And so they get lost in, how do I continue to be this high performer or position myself in a way that isn't in alignment with really who I am? And so what I really work with on my clients is, how do we change the conversation in our own heads? That's one of the first places we have to start, because many times what we're pursuing is peace. And we think that external success, financial stability, a fabulous relationship or family is going to give us that peace. And one of the greatest challenges for a high performer is to reach all the levels of success they've worked so hard to get to and realize that they're miserable. And so we have to really stop and really evaluate what's most important. And the most important thing is their inner peace. And when we get to that place of recognizing that money will never give you peace, accolades and success will never give you peace, we have to pursue the peace first. And then that empowers us to really fully enjoy the experiences of our success. And that's really where I start with my high performers, is really with that conversation in their own head, so that they can begin to really self-assess what's most important, and then make sure that they do the personal development work so that who they are professionally and who they desire to be personally absolutely align with each other.
And I think it's so important to self-assess, because a lot of times you have a hard time even putting into words how you feel, why you feel, how you fix it, and that sort of thing. So sometimes taking that step back and almost kind of taking a step back, stopping smelling the roses, where you realize, okay, this is where I need to start making changes, and this is, what's causing this problem. Is that something that you agree with? Absolutely.
Gratitude heals so much of our angst, so much of our anxiety, and so much of our fears. It's just gratitude. And with a lot of my clients, they've worked so hard to achieve their success that they've never just stopped and enjoyed where they were. And one of the areas of growth that we really focus on is never allow what you want to achieve to rob you of what you've already accomplished. Never allow what you want to achieve to rob you of the joy of what you've already accomplished. And so many times it's just allowing them a safe place to stop and enjoy the success that they've achieved while still being hungry and driven for that next level of success. And that all starts with that gratitude and really being able to appreciate what they've accomplished. Because many times the challenge is if I stop and enjoy where I am, then I'll lose that fire. I'll lose that drive. I'll lose that passion that pushed me to get to this level of success. And what I always help them understand is no, gratitude allows you to reboot, right? All of our technology, our computers, our phones, our iPads, in order for them to be their most productive, they have to stop, they have to reboot. And that's what I help them understand is that gratitude is just that reboot that allows you to reignite that passion, but in a more healthy way.
I think so many people can relate to this. And I think one of the biggest things that I struggle with that I've tried to make a point of doing more is just being fully present in what I'm experiencing. Because sometimes you get so caught up in life that you're not even fully present or fully appreciating some of those moments. Is that, I mean, do you kind of understand what I'm saying with that?
That is one of the greatest challenges is this myth about multitasking, is that we have to be, and it's hard because when you are a high performer, and you can definitely relate to this, is you're always, pressed and stressed and concerned about what's next, or you evaluating what did I do wrong and how do I do better from what happened in the past, where our most powerful place is in the present. And what I help my clients with is that whether you're at work or at home, your presence is not enough. You have to be present. And many times we think our presence is enough. Well, I'm here, but I'm on my phone. I'm thinking about this. I'm more concerned with that. I'm trying to, be on social media to do this. And we're missing what's right in front of us. And that's where the anxiety amplifies, is because we're not present. And so the essence of exponential living is pursuing peace, choosing clarity, and living courageously. Because when we commit to being present, that's where that inner peace is our power. And when we commit to that peace, that's when we get clarity. A lot of times with high performers, because we have so many responsibilities, we're just not clear. And so we've got to focus on our peace, which gives us clarity. And then when you bring that peace and that clarity together, that's when you have the courage to do that inner work. That's when you have the courage to stop spending 100% of your time on 10% of who you are, the courage to self-assess, the courage to understand communication outside of technology, the courage to understand that you've got to lead through accountability and not entitlement. And so when we get to that place of peace and clarity, that's when we have the courage to make sure that these 6 ways that high performers can self-sabotage, we eliminate those and be more productive in every area of our life. And that's really the goal, is to be the best you, not just the best career you or sports you or athlete you, but to be the best you in every area of your life.
Sherry, this has been a great conversation. I think it's helpful to so many people, myself included. Is there anything else you want to make sure to hit home about before we let you go?
Well, I would definitely say these 6 ways of self-sabotaging, I really spend more time and give more insight in my book, Exponential Living. Stop spending 100% of your time on 10% of who you are, where I share the 9 principles that really serve as the how. How do we really show up and really be intentional about eliminating all those areas of self-sabotage so that we can really experience exponential living?
Sherry Riley, author and high performance life coach. I've really appreciated having you on here today, and you have a good one, all right?
Thank you. You too.
We Are Christmas, a Christmas musical with the Boulevard Sanctuary Choir featuring Anthony Hamilton. Yes, Anthony Hamilton coming to Memphis December 8th at 7 o'clock to Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church. Let's talk more about this event with the brand new musical director, Gerald Lee Ricks, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk, the new music director at Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church. Gerald, good morning to you. Tell us a little bit about your background.
Good morning, and thank you so much for having me on the digital desk this morning. I am Gerald Lee Ricks, and on behalf of Reverend Dr. J. Lawrence Turner and our First Lady, Bridget Turner, thank you again for having us. I am new to the area, coming from the DMV, the Maryland area. I have a very strong musical background in church music, dealing primarily in the United Methodist Church. And I'm so excited to be here in the city of Memphis to work with the Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church. And I am ready to share the details of our 2023 Christmas production, We Are Christmas, here at Mississippi Boulevard.
I love it. I love it, Gerald. Well, welcome to Memphis, and we're excited to have you, and we're excited to be talking about this because when people think of the holiday season, you know, people just immediately have an uplifting presence when they think about the holidays, the decorations, and some of the things happening, and one of those things being a wonderful event, a musical like this coming to town. So tell me all about it.
Absolutely. As you've already stated, we are bringing in Grammy award-winning artist, Mr. Anthony Hamilton himself, and he's no stranger to the gospel music community, even though he has a very strong background in R&B. We are so excited to bring him in to collaborate not only with our Boulevard Sanctuary Choir, who is known in the Metro Memphis area for its diverse approach to church music. We're also excited to have a 47-piece orchestra to accompany us with this, along with the Boulevard Band, who's also under new leadership of Mr. Terrence Brown. We are very excited about all of those collaborations. And we also want to highlight a couple of other artists who are with us on for our production list. The first is Mr. Timothy Miller, who is outside of Atlanta. You will catch him singing God Bless America and the national anthem at most of the Atlanta Braves home games. So he's a prolific opera tenor with a big and rich voice, who's also coming in. We have Shantae Cann, who has a luxurious voice and tone, known for her neo-soul approach to doing music. And we also wanted to highlight some of our Metro Memphis talent as well. Jonte Mignon, who's a New Orleans native, but has really taken the city by storm with her voice, and our own David Edwards, who is our worship leader here at Mississippi Boulevard. And as my grandmother would say, he can just flat foot sing. And we want to highlight that as a part of this year's Christmas production. And if you're looking to get tickets, we do want you to go and visit Boulevard Christmas. That's BLVD. Christmas.org to make those purchases. Tickets start at just $40 and are going pretty quickly. We want to pack the house out and really make Anthony Hamilton and our guests feel the warmth of the Memphis community.
Absolutely, and I want to show everybody the flyer once again. Christmas at the Boulevard, a symphony of musical brilliance that's happening December 8th at 7 o'clock in the evening, featuring all kinds of guests, as you mentioned, Gerald, including Anthony Hamilton coming to Memphis at Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church. Tell me what you hope people leave this event, this concert, this musical. How do you want them to feel as they leave? Not only inspired by the Christmas and the holiday season, but what else?
I want persons to leave this concert knowing that we each have a responsibility to carry out Christmas. So this theme of We Are Christmas is taken from a song that talks about how we are the hands and feet of God in the work that happens in this community. And it's no secret that Mississippi Boulevard Christian Church has been just that. We've been a beacon of light. We have fed the poor. We have helped the needy. We have shared the gospel, not only in this area, but abroad. And we want people to leave inspired, uplifted, taking ownership of how they play a part in the Christmas story. That is what it means to be We Are Christmas as a part of this concert. And we want persons to know that as a community, we can affect change. And we have a responsibility to be Christmas all year long, not just during this holiday season.
Very well said, Gerald. Is this Christmas, We Are Christmas, unity, joy of giving. And this is all coming December 8th. 7 o'clock in the evening. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go? I know this is something that everyone's really looking forward to.
Absolutely. We want to encourage the Memphis community to come out and to be a part. We do invite you to go and grab your tickets again at boulevardchristmas.org, or you can call our box office here at the church, or visit theboulevard.org to purchase those tickets. Don't want you to wait till the last minute. We want you to be a part of this experience like none other than before.
Okay, new musical director at Boulevard Christian Church, Gerald Lee Riggs, talking to us on the digital desk about the big event that's coming December 8th, 7 o'clock. We Are Christmas, featuring Anthony Hamilton, a Christmas musical with the Boulevard Sanctuary Choir. Thank you so much, Gerald, for joining us, and good luck not only on December 8th, but beyond. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a great day.
Heading at the door here as we take a look at what's going on weather-wise here on the Action News 5 digital desk. A few showers still in play here across North Mississippi. That's also going to be the place to watch for cooler temperatures comparatively to other locations. I can't rule it out that we could see a stray shower here in Memphis. The farther north and west that you go, chances are looking slim across the Mid-South as we go into northern portions of Arkansas. So let's go hour by hour with our future cast. And again, you'll see a few passing showers possible. It's not a ton, but you might catch a shower here or there as we head through the day ahead. Lots of clouds. From Memphis points south, those clouds keep temperatures cooler, generally lower 60s. From Marianna to Memphis to Summerville to Brownsville, middle 60s. And then maybe upper 60s in a couple of pockets where the sunshine becomes a bit more predominant in northwest Tennessee and northeastern Arkansas. All the while, again, you still got a chance for a couple of passing showers in North Mississippi, but those chances are like 20% at best. Skies clear out tonight, lows bottoming out down in the 40s and 50s. Will rebound nicely to the upper 60s and low 70s for your Thursday, setting up shop for our next weather maker. This is going to be a front that moves through here that brings in more spotty shower chances heading into Friday. It's not going to be a washout, but still Friday looks to be our next best chance for some spotty showers moving in along that frontal boundary, moving from west to east. Should clear out pretty quickly, looking pretty good for the upcoming weekend. before some bigger changes come in our direction in the extended range. For the weekend, looking great Saturday. Starting off with temperatures in the 40s, we'll rebound to right around 60 degrees with lots of sunshine coming up on Saturday. Sunday, we'll start off with sunshine. I think clouds become more dominant by the end of the day, and maybe a shower chance by the back end of the day. It leads into the next big thing, a first alert to a soggy early portion of next week. Early Thanksgiving week, there's a system that has been very consistent and insistent that it will occur. The question is to what extent and how does it play out and the timing. Right now, timing looks more so kind of honed in around Monday into Tuesday. It's out of here by Wednesday. But things have been kind of waffling back and forth. It could start as early as late Sunday. And if it starts as early as late Sunday, I think it may be out of here by the early portions of Tuesday. If it's more so Monday into Tuesday, of course, it may linger a little bit longer, could linger into maybe early Wednesday. But at any rate, this would be a bigger system, a more broad scale system that would not only affect us here, but could have implications in a regional sense that could have travel disruptions across the eastern 2/3 of the United States. So that'll be something that we watch out for. And severe weather risk right now looks to be low, but we are going to be watching that the next couple of days. Here's a look at it with our first alert futurecast. This is the European model that suggests an earlier onset that would suggest more so late Sunday. Monday would be rain pretty much all day long at that point, and then continuing to slowly but surely exit out of the region through Tuesday. We'll probably get some dry air to punch in here on the backside, and of course clearing out just in time for Wednesday. And again, that bodes well for Thanksgiving Thursday. Right now, Thanksgiving Thursday, you can find on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. And it's got partly cloudy temperatures in the 50s. So again, not a bad scenario playing out for us for Thanksgiving itself. The issue is, again, the lead up to Thanksgiving. So if you have plans out and about traveling, I think Monday and Tuesday not going to be the best situation as rain becomes a bit more dominant. Today, a couple of passing showers. Of course, the clouds back and forth between the clouds and sunshine will be battling here today with temperatures that range between 60 and 68 degrees. It depends on where you are. Again, 60s, low 60s across North Mississippi. Middle to upper 60s across West Tennessee and northeastern Arkansas. All of us in the upper 60s, near 70 for Thursday. We'll stay in the mid 60s for highs on Fridays. Clouds thicken up and a couple of passing showers from time to time on your Friday. Saturday looks fantastic. Clouds thicken up Sunday, leading up to the rain chances that roll us into Monday into Tuesday.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to show you something from the latest edition of the Memphis Magazine. This is something that caught my interest. It's a whole story about a Memphis Wine Society. A new group seeks to bunch together local wine lovers for education and enjoyment. And joining me now to talk about this wine society, the author of that article in Memphis Magazine, Sam Chichi, joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Sam, you had the plum assignment to hang out with the folks over at the Wine Society. Tell me more about this group. How are you?
I'm good. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, you know, sometimes when I'm on here, you remind me of how difficult my job can be sometimes. This was certainly one of the tougher assignments. I just had a little note pop into my inbox one day about, you know, going to the auto museum in the Edge District to try some wine. I'm like, hey, I'll check it out. And to my surprise, it was this whole new group just kind of dedicated to not just drinking and enjoying wine, but, you know, beginning programs to educate people on the hows and whys of wine, and, you know, what goes into it, what you can have it with, why it's such a big industry, and then almost from just an appreciation standpoint. And they got things rolling in October. So if you go to their website, memphiswinesociety.com, you can keep up to date with all the different programs they're going to be putting on. And there's quite a bit of stuff to look forward to, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, so this is a brand new organization, and it's not, doesn't take a genius to tell you that there's so many wine lovers all across Memphis and the Mid-South. When you talk to them, and I don't want to give the article away, but when you talk to them, was this something that they've been planning all along? Do they have tons of members, or was it informal for many years? I mean, how did it all come about?
No, this is a very new venture. The man behind it, Norbert Maida, he came to town a couple of years ago. He was, one of the catalysts behind Wilson, Arkansas, just up the road, kind of redoing its whole programming with wine tastings, wine dinners, and then just all the cool events and festivals they have going on up there now. So he was involved with that for a couple of years and has a pretty long background in hospitality. So he just really liked the area, and he told me he was looking around. He looked at big cultural things like barbecue, blues, beer, the 3 Bs that he called it, and he just thought he wanted a place to gather wine lovers because, like you said, that is a pretty robust community here in town. But they, at least to my knowledge, they might not have places to gather outside of restaurants or stores with really good wine selections, and that's just kind of his drive. He wants to get the ball rolling with this thing. It's still pretty new. I think he's still looking to gather a lot of members, and he's partnering with local organizations to kind of make it a collaborative effort. So he's not looking to take business away from anybody. He's looking to just kind of uplift the local wine community and point people in the right direction, educate them on the kind of things they might like, what they want to look for, what kind of snacks or dinners you can have with wine. There really is a huge education component, and we haven't seen a ton of programming from them yet, but I think this is definitely something, if you're a wine lover or even just casually interested, he'll be happy to sit down with you and talk you through options and point you in the direction of the right vintage.
Yeah, I think a lot of people that enjoy wine, myself included, I have a wine connoisseur in my family, and they can pontificate about every single grape out there ad nauseum. They can talk about it forever. And but I do think that there are a lot of people that just love to just kind of swirl wine, taste it, and talk to others about it, what they like, what they don't like, what's a great food pairing, that sort of thing, and totally see how this could evolve into something much bigger. Did he mention plans or what they have in store over the next few months, year?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is still in the works as they kind of gain momentum, but I believe their first launch event was a popcorn pairing partnered with Wolf River Popcorn Company, which had a bunch of different popcorn flavors and wine paired with that to kind of talk about how those flavors intermingle and accentuate each other. I believe they had a harvest dinner planned for early this month. And beyond that, I checked the schedule. I'm not sure if there's anything concrete yet, but as I mentioned earlier, I think it's something where you should just keep an eye on the website. And as they add more of these big dinners or pairings and tastings, and even seminars and classes on just the knowledge of wine, we should expect to see everything of that ilk going forward.
Okay, and this is Sam Chichi's article in the latest edition of Memphis Magazine on newsstands now. Of course, memphismagazine.com as well. Anything else, Sam, before we let you go on the Memphis Wine Society?
Yeah, I think there are going to be a lot of free events involved going forward. So, there's no pressure to sign up for a membership or anything like that if you don't want to right out of the gate. But I like wine, but I'm not a wine expert or a connoisseur by any means. But the event I attended, it was still a very, comfortable, welcoming environment where I was able to, drink some free wine and try some vintages that just aren't available in the Mid-South. That's another big component. They'll be bringing in stuff from all over the world to get people to try and broaden their horizons. So if you even have a casual interest in wine, I think it's well worth your time to look into this.
He's got one of the best jobs in Memphis and the Mid-South, drinking wine for free on the job. Nice job, Sam Chichi. We appreciate your time as always on the digital desk. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew.
Good morning. Amanda Hansen with you back on the Action News 5 digital desk. I'm so glad that you're joining us today, and I have something to tell you about, and that is this, a holiday health fair that's going to be taking place at St. Francis, Memphis. The focus is going to be on heart health, and joining me now to talk more about this is Amanda Roblinski. She is the Director of Cardiovascular Services at St. Francis, Memphis. Amanda, good morning. How you doing?
I'm doing good. You?
Doing well. I'm glad that you're joining us here to talk about this because these health fairs can be so beneficial for people. So let's go ahead and dive in, talk about some of the things that are going to take place during this event and just all the details.
Okay, the health fair is going to be Wednesday, November 15th from 1 to 3. Dr. Robert Wagner, our medical director of St. Francis Center for Surgical Weight Loss, is going to come and do a talk about obesity and how it relates to heart disease. We're going to have some healthy holiday food substitutions that we could do to help make those holiday meals a little healthier. And then we're going to have a CPR demonstration, blood pressure checks, all those kind of things. A lot of different resources and printouts for any kind of healthy tips that people need.
And you know, we're getting into the holiday season, Thanksgiving, Christmas, where a lot of us like to maybe indulge a little bit more. Why did you feel like right now was the time to put something on like this? Especially, I know you were talking about even sharing some healthy holiday recipes.
Yes, because, you know, here at the holidays, the new year, everybody starts thinking about trying to be a little healthier, and we just thought that this would be a perfect time to help be a resource for those people and help them achieve their goals, so we can have lots of information for them, different little swaps, you know, small little things. Instead of using this, you know, use a cup of applesauce or that kind of thing, that they can make their regular meals just a little bit healthier.
That's awesome. I like those healthy hacks. Like you said, being able to sub one thing out for another. So I'm curious, is this something that y'all typically do around this time, is putting on something like this to get that information out there? Because I know you were saying education. I mean, it's a big thing when it comes to your overall health. Is this something y'all done in the past? And if so, what kind of response have y'all gotten from these?
So here at St. Francis, we do a community health fair every quarter. And most of them are focused on heart health, but we have a whole bunch of different people that come. We have stroke education, we have our behavioral health, physical therapy, radiology's there to discuss mammos and just different things like that. So we have like a good turnout. We always do blood pressure checks, we always do CPR demonstrations, and we do this on a quarterly basis here at St. Francis.
I think that's awesome because I know in the Mid-South, it seems like there is a lot of people that have cardiovascular issues or heart disease. Is that correct? I mean, is that something that makes something like this so valuable?
Correct. So especially here in Memphis, that is a lot of our patients have cardiovascular issues. And so that's why we try to have these quarterly health fairs, and that way we can give the information and resources that these patients need.
So do people have to sign up? Can they just show up? What do they need to know?
Ideally, I would like for them to sign up. They can call the number on the health flyer. The number is 855-830-8991 to reserve their spot. But if they show up, we will gladly give them the resources that they need.
Well, it sounds great. Amanda, I appreciate you taking time joining us here on the Digital Desk to talk about this. Anything else you want to mention before we let you go?
That's it. Thank you so much for having me.
And thank you for
Hope to see
joining
everyone
us. Yeah, and I'm sure that this health fair will have a great turnout like it has in the past. Again, 1 to 3, November 15th, St. Francis, Memphis. Thank you so much for joining us. You have a good rest of the morning, all right?
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Lung cancer. Well, it is one of the most deadly cancers in the country. It accounts for about 25% of the cancer deaths in the U.S. Screening, of course, one of the most effective ways to detect lung cancer at its earliest stages when it's most treatable, but only about 6% of eligible patients are routinely screened for lung cancer. So as a result, you're talking about thousands of preventable deaths early. Let's talk with someone who can give us more insight about lung cancer and ways to avoid it. And really kind of talk about ways to get tested for it. I'm joined now by Luis Godoy, a doctor of American College of Surgeons and UC Davis Healthcare. Dr. Godoy, good morning to you. I understand this is, we have National Lung Cancer Screening Day coming up. Is that today? When is that?
The second annual National Lung Cancer Screening Day actually falls on November 11th this year, which coincides with Veterans Day. So we know that a lot of veterans are at risk. So this is one of the big highlights of Lung Cancer Awareness Month, where we want to increase lung cancer awareness amongst our veterans, specifically on Veterans Day.
So let's talk about who should be screened for lung cancer.
So really people who have smoked or currently are smoking, people that are the age of 50 or above. There are some guidelines that patients must fall under, and it is recommended that if they are either a former smoker or current smoker and above the age of 50, that they talk to their doctor to see if they meet those criteria in order to qualify for lung cancer screening.
We know that smoking is bad for your health. I mean, there's so many studies and it's been around for so very long, but can you talk in detail about how bad it actually is for our health?
Yeah, smoking really, it does not just affect the lungs. So we know there's a connection with significant effects in cardiovascular disease, coronary artery disease. We know there's increased rates of stroke in people who smoke. And even if patients that are smoking aren't having any issues with their lungs, you're at significant risk if you undergo any other procedure. You have impaired wound healing, increased risks of infection. And overall, it's just highly recommended that for anybody who's smoking, it's highly recommended that they quit smoking if possible.
Let's talk now about smoking cessation programs and the ones that are accessible for patients out there.
Yeah, so we know smoking is very, very difficult. It's not easy. And it's not a matter of willpower, but we know there are physiologic changes in the body. And so it's not easy for patients to walk this path on their own. For this reason, just like there are surgical specialists, oncology specialists, we have specialists that are available to help with smoking cessation. They use a variety of resources, including medication treatments, counseling, social support groups. So all of these resources are there and available for patients who are really interested in quitting smoking.
There's got to be some more information that you would like to say at this time. I know that there's usually a good place for where someone can get some more information. If you could share that with us, and then anything else you want to mention, Doctor, before we let you go.
Yeah, lung cancer kills more Americans each year than prostate cancer, breast cancer, and colon cancer combined. It's approximately 130,000 Americans die each year. So for information on lung cancer screening and smoking cessation, please visit www.facs.org/lung cancer.
Okay, Dr. Luis Godoy, American College of Surgeons at UC Davis Health. We appreciate your time this morning on a very important issue. Thanks so very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I want to talk about someone that is probably very familiar to you, Tom Felicia. He was a star on the show Queer Eye. He also is an interior designer, and about 10 years ago, he donated his bone marrow to his brother who was diagnosed with myelofibrosis. It's a complex blood cancer that affects nearly 25,000 people in the U.S. I'm joined right now by Tom, and he's here with Dr. Kuykendall to discuss a new initiative. It's called Mapping Myelofibrosis, which helps to raise awareness of this blood cancer and provide educational tools and resources to navigate all aspects of this disease. Gentlemen, good morning to you. Tom, let's start with you. What was your role in helping your brother navigate myelofibrosis? Good morning.
Good morning. Well, as you said, 10 years ago, my brother was diagnosed with myelofibrosis, and we had no idea what myelofibrosis was. And he was trying to navigate his, chart his path, that he was going to go down with his doctors. I was then quickly, identified as his bone marrow donor, which I was not only a match, but an exact match, which was, perfect match. And which was a really wonderful thing. But, I really didn't understand what myelofibrosis was, and there was really no way to get information other than, once I was sort of brought into his inner circle with his doctors, I could start to get a little bit more information, but it was just something that people didn't understand what it was. When I was explaining to people what we were going through, they really didn't know what it was. We were all in the dark. And it was a very scary moment to not know what was happening, certainly in the very beginning. And what we were up against as a family, and we wanted to be supportive and helpful. So this is why I've teamed up with GSK and the Mapping Myelofibrosis Initiative, and in creating the mappingmf.com website, where people can go and get all of the things that I wish we had at that time, which are the educational tools, resources, stories from doctors and patients, a real community and a real connection, so that you can really understand, where you are and how to get to where you need to be, and understand also that you're not alone, and that this is, that you feel somewhat isolated because it is a rare disease, and it's hard to find information about it, and really to find a community of people that have experienced it. So I think this is a very important initiative. And that's why I teamed up with GSK.
I appreciate you opening up, Tom. Over to you, Dr. Kuykendall. Can you explain exactly what is myelofibrosis and what's unique about this specific disease?
Yeah, absolutely. So myelofibrosis is actually a chronic blood cancer. And so it really is what we call kind of an overproduction issue where the bone marrow is trying to make too many blood cells. And when it does that, it can actually lead to the buildup of inflammation, which leads to scar tissue or fibrosis that forms in the marrow. And that really creates a constellation of potential symptoms and signs that can go along with this disease, where you have this scarred bone marrow that's not very good at producing blood cells. So some blood cells are produced too much, some are produced not enough. It can also lead to a variety of inflammatory symptoms like fevers, chills, night sweats, bone pain, weight loss. Some patients also start to make blood cells in other locations like the spleen, and so the spleen can get enlarged, lead to abdominal pain, getting full early and eating smaller meals. And so really a huge variety of symptoms that can occur with just one disease, and I think that's what makes it challenging. A rare disease that presents in a variety of ways. No two patients are the same, and I think that can lead to situations, as Tom described with his brother, where you show up with this, but you don't have good information, and maybe the information you do have isn't necessarily relevant to you. And mappingmf.com gives you a place you can go to get and acquire those resources to empower you, to put you in charge of your healthcare, so you can ask the right questions, get the right information, make the right decision for you and your family. It's a resource not just for patients, but for the support group around those patients. So if you know someone affected by this disease, it's something that they can, someplace you can go to educate yourself so you can be a better helper or supporter of that patient. And also something physicians can go to if they want to get more information as well, because these are rare diseases, right? And so many physicians aren't seeing a ton of these patients. And so I think it can be helpful in a number of different ways.
Yeah, it's rare, but as we mentioned off the top, I mean, 25,000 people in the U.S. get it each and every year, or at least it affects 25,000. Can you talk about, Dr. Kuykendall, maybe who's at more increased risk of getting something like this?
So there's not necessarily a group that we say is at more risk. This is typically diagnosed in patients in their 50s, 60s, 70s, so kind of in the 6th, 7th decade of life, but it's also something that can affect younger patients as well. And so, it's not that we isolate this to one group, it's kind of an equal opportunity offender, but at the same time, it does present in a variety of ways. And so we want to empower patients to really make sure that they're having that open line of communication with their physicians, telling them about the symptoms they're having, telling them about what they feel, following up on lab work, and hopefully get to this diagnosis. And really, this is really the whole goal of this initiative, is to create awareness, really open up lines of communication and get resources to patients and their caregivers.
Tom, back over to you. Can we talk one more time about the mapping of myelofibrosis and where people can get more information about it?
Absolutely. So the Mapping Myelofibrosis initiative, really that GSK has created, is really about creating the website which is mappingmf.com, and you can go to also Mapping Myelofibrosis on Facebook, and it's a tool that an educational tool, resources, stories, community connection, diet, all of the things that you need to really sort of understand where you are and how you need to get to where you really need to be health-wise.
Okay, Tom, Felicia, Dr. Kuykendall, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you so much for illuminating us to this cause and to this issue. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrew.
Heading at the door here as we take a look at what's going on weather-wise here on the Action News 5 digital desk. A few showers still in play here across North Mississippi. That's also going to be the place to watch for cooler temperatures comparatively to other locations. I can't rule it out that we could see a stray shower here in Memphis. The farther north and west that you go, chances are looking slim across the Mid-South as we go into northern portions of Arkansas. So let's go hour by hour with our futurecast. And again, you'll see a few passing showers possible. It's not a ton, but you might catch a shower here or there as we head through the day ahead. Lots of clouds. From Memphis points south, those clouds keep temperatures cooler, generally lower 60s. From Marianna to Memphis to Summerville to Brownsville, middle 60s. And then maybe upper 60s in a couple of pockets where the sunshine becomes a bit more predominant in northwest Tennessee and northeastern Arkansas. All the while, again, you still got a chance for a couple of passing showers in North Mississippi, but those chances are like 20% at best. Skies clear out tonight, lows bottoming out down in the 40s and 50s. Will rebound nicely to the upper 60s and low 70s for your Thursday, setting up shop for our next weather maker. This is going to be a front that moves through here that brings in more spotty shower chances heading into Friday. It's not going to be a washout, but still Friday looks to be our next best chance for some spotty showers moving in along that frontal boundary, moving from west to east. Should clear out pretty quickly, looking pretty good for the upcoming weekend before some bigger changes come in our direction in the extended range. For the weekend, looking great Saturday. Starting off with temperatures in the 40s, we'll rebound to right around 60 degrees with lots of sunshine coming up on Saturday. Sunday, we'll start off with sunshine. I think clouds become more dominant by the end of the day, and maybe a shower chance by the back end of the day. It leads into the next big thing, a first alert to a soggy early portion of next week. Early Thanksgiving week, there's a system that has been very consistent and insistent that it will occur. The question is to what extent and how does it play out and the timing. Right now, timing looks more so kind of honed in around Monday into Tuesday. It's out of here by Wednesday. But things have been kind of waffling back and forth. It could start as early as late Sunday. And if it starts as early as late Sunday, I think it may be out of here by the early portions of Tuesday. If it's more so Monday into Tuesday, of course, it may linger a little bit longer, could linger into maybe early Wednesday. But at any rate, this would be a bigger system, a more broad scale system that would not only affect us here, but could have implications in a regional sense that could have travel disruptions across the eastern 2/3 of the United States. So that'll be something that we watch out for. And severe weather risk right now looks to be low, but we are going to be watching that the next couple of days. Here's a look at it with our first alert futurecast. This is the European model that suggests an earlier onset that would suggest more so late Sunday. Monday would be rain pretty much all day long at that point, and then continuing to slowly but surely exit out of the region through Tuesday. We'll probably get some dry air to punch in here on the backside, and of course clearing out just in time for Wednesday. And again, that bodes well for Thanksgiving Thursday. Right now, Thanksgiving Thursday, you can find on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. And it's got partly cloudy temperatures in the 50s. So again, not a bad scenario playing out for us for Thanksgiving itself. The issue is, again, the lead up to Thanksgiving. So if you have plans out and about traveling, I think Monday and Tuesday not going to be the best situation as rain becomes a bit more dominant. Today, a couple of passing showers. Of course, the clouds back and forth between the clouds and sunshine will be battling here today with temperatures that range between 60 and 68 degrees. It depends on where you are. Again, 60s, low 60s across North Mississippi. Middle to upper 60s across West Tennessee and northeastern Arkansas. All of us in the upper 60s, near 70 for Thursday. We'll stay in the mid 60s for highs on Fridays. Clouds thicken up and a couple of passing showers from time to time on your Friday. Saturday looks fantastic. Clouds thicken up Sunday, leading up to the rain chances that roll us into Monday into Tuesday.
Back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, it is 9:10, 60 degrees as you take a live look from our high five camera there. Outside the University of Memphis, big game on Saturday. They play SMU. It's going to be the last time they will be playing in terms of conference foes. SMU moving to the ACC next season. So big game because Memphis also has a chance to be in the conference championship with the AAC. So we'll talk more about that coming up in just a little bit. Right now, I want to alert you to what we saw overnight here, a Napa Auto Parts smash and grab that happened here. South 3rd, South Memphis. You can see this glass smashed out from inside. Memphis investigators still gathering details about suspects and how much thieves were able to get away with. Another one happened overnight. This is a burglary attempt in North Memphis, Metro PCS, Jackson and Ayers around 2 o'clock. No word on suspects in this case. 4 of the former Memphis police officers charged in the death of Tyree Nichols were back before a federal judge yesterday. Attorneys for the 4 say they received 300 hours of audio and visual evidence just last week, so the judge agreed to extend the deadline for pretrial motions to January 8th. The former officers and their attorneys are due back in court on December 19th. Deputies right here indicted on assault charges. It's the verdict for 2 Shelby County deputy jailers after an incident with a handcuffed inmate back in May. 25-year-old Shelby County, or 25-year Shelby County Sheriff vet Odell Underwood and 16-year vet Reginald Wilkins accused of assaulting Damian Rodriguez on his way to be treated after being pepper sprayed for attacking another jailer. Sheriff Bonner says this behavior by any deputy jailer is unacceptable. Wilkins and Underwood will face charges of official oppression, official misconduct, simple assault. They've also been relieved of duty without pay. They have not been fired, though. The family of Jalen Burns, that's the Jackson State University student who was shot and killed nearly a month ago, say they're frustrated after what they call a botched investigation. Video surveillance shows the murder suspect, Joshua Brown, 90 miles away from Jackson State's campus at the time of the shooting. Brown was released on Friday. Monday, the supposed getaway driver, Jamison Kelly, was then arrested and released. Burns' family says the back and forth makes it increasingly hard for them to process their son's death. Yesterday would have been Burns' 22nd birthday. Also developing last night, the U.S. House passed a resolution that would avoid a government shutdown later this week. They voted in favor of Speaker Michael Johnson's 2-step continuing resolution plan. It funds the government in order to avoid a shutdown at the end of the day. Friday, the bill now heads to the Senate. You know, there's been a lot of talk recently about the demand for retired workers during the labor shortage, and we ran a survey, and there was apparently a survey of 800 retirees all across the U.S. to find out just how many are planning to go back to work and why. And apparently there was 1 in 5 are likely to go back to work this year. Let's talk more about what else this survey had to say with our career expert, Stacy Holler. Stacy, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm great. Thank you, Andrew.
So listen, Stacy, you know, I'm thinking about retirees and some of the reasons they're going back to work. And my first thing, just because it's been in the news recently, is the fact that maybe they've had this fixed income for many years and inflation is just blowing them out right now. Is that one of the reasons?
Absolutely, that's one of the reasons. I mean, people thought they had their plan set for retirement, and in so many ways, the world changed in the last 2 years. So everything's flipped around, but absolutely financial reasons are some of the reasons retirees are looking to go back to work.
I understand that, and I can understand why they're going back to work. It makes me sad, you know, because I feel bad for them. They think, oh, okay, I got my nest egg, I'm ready to go and relax. What is I don't know if this survey really kind of gauged this, but what was their attitude of getting back in the workforce? Were they excited? Were they upset about it?
I'm so glad you asked that, because it's been very interesting in my practice and speaking with these folks who are going back. They're actually excited about going back. I've had several conversations in the last week. In fact, this morning I was talking to a 72-year-old retiree who said he missed working. He missed people. He missed collaboration. And I hear from many people that even if The financial reasons aren't the reason that they're retiring. They just thought it was the time to go play golf. They're like, they still want to be engaged. Most of the people I speak with are excited because they have an opportunity to go back to work on their own terms at this stage in their career. They could work flexible hours, they could work remote, they could work part-time. So it's a whole different purview for these folks.
You know, I'm interested, Stacey, maybe a little bit of a deeper dive here. I would think that maybe perhaps they're excited, and I don't know if you gauge this, but they're excited because, you know, for 2 years or so, we've been in this pandemic keeping everybody separate. And now here we are, you know, you have an opportunity to be with people again. And so you're excited about this opportunity. Is that something you saw?
I do. It is partly because of that for sure. But even if they're working remote, then they have some camaraderie even with remote workers. So yes, that is a part of it. I also have been speaking with a lot of CEOs in the last few weeks, and they are just bored. They're not ready to get out of the game. So I speak to a lot of people who are excited just to be back in the game. They still want to contribute. You know, older workers are much younger these days.
Very true. Very true. And I understand that they're going back, Stacey, to a different kind of field than they retired from. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, it's really, they feel like it's an opportunity to do something new and different. And that's why where a little of the excitement comes now. That's not to say, Andrew, that there's a bunch of people that are working because they really need to, and they're not as excited. But I speak to an awful lot of people who want to try something new, or the CEOs want to go into consulting, or I've spoken to people who were in more of my business, recruiting for years, and now they want to do some other type of phone work. So there is a little bit of excitement to do something that maybe you always wanted to do, and you could afford to do that right now and still be engaged. So it really runs the gamut, Andrew. People have a lot of different reasons for going back, but it's not as downtrodden as you would think. These people are excited about still contributing. There is no retirement age anymore in a lot of these people's minds.
Well said, Stacey. I don't know if you have this in your survey, but you know, I'm curious as how employers are reacting to this wealth of knowledge of retirees coming back into the workforce. Any idea? Can we gauge on what they're feeling?
Yeah, those are the people who are reaching out to the retirees. I mean, there's a lot of challenges now in the workplace. Everybody's trying to figure out how to work remote. And it's very welcoming for these people to bring back folks. Some of them are going back to their old organizations part-time, and they're being asked to because they have the experience and the knowledge. They don't have to learn the basics of the workforce, and they can become mentors to other people. And they already have an established experience. So in many ways, it's easier to bring them in with their experience and knowledge that they could share.
What else have we haven't touched on, Stacey, that came out from this survey that you got? Because this is all fascinating to me, and it actually paints a more of an optimistic and upbeat view of things.
For me, from my purview, it is encouraging. I think these retirees who in the past years were very limited as to options. You were told to retire, and then maybe if you still needed to work or wanted to be engaged in work, you had to look locally because you still, at an older age, you might not want to commute 2 hours a day. So you were pretty limited in what your choices are. But the choices for retirees who want to go back to work now is much more open. And that's why you hear in me a little excitement about it, because I'm hearing people who still want to be engaged and have opportunities they didn't have before. So although a lot of them are also doing it for financial reasons, it's not like earlier in their career where they might have taken something that they didn't love because they had to. Retirees are feeling a little more wiggle room in really doing something that they like to do, and they might not have to do it full time. So they could enjoy it more on a part-time basis.
I follow 100%. Anything else, Stacey, before we let you go? This has been very informative. I like it a lot.
Well, I love preaching this and letting people know it's out there because I do think that there are retirees out there who don't know this is a good time for them. Whether they want to get back in for financial reasons, they just want to stay engaged, they still want to contribute, or there's something they always wanted to do that they might have the opportunity to do now. So I love sharing that information, and I hope those folks out there who still want to be engaged realize they can be if they'd like to today.
Okay, Stacy Holler, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. We appreciate your fact-finding mission, and take care of yourself, okay?
Thank you so much.
Back here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk, 9:21 is the time, 60 degrees outside. We'll check in with meteorologist Patrick Ellis for a full look at your forecast. But I want to talk to you now about the epidemic that is AIDS. World AIDS Day is December 1st, and it's really an opportunity for people worldwide to unite against the fight of HIV and support people living with HIV because it continues to be a global public health crisis. Joining me to talk more about this is the head of research and development at ViiV Healthcare, Dr. Kimberly Smith. Dr. Smith, good morning to you. Let's talk a little bit about HIV and how it's continuing to be a global health crisis some 40 years later. Good morning.
Good morning. No, you're right. HIV is still a major challenge. And I think because we don't talk about it so much anymore, people think that it's gone away. But the reality is that there's 1.2 million people in the United States living with HIV. And there are 32,000 new cases of HIV diagnosed every year. And so it is still a major challenge that we need to deal with.
Yes, Dr. Smith, and I'm wondering, can you kind of highlight maybe the various communities that are hit harder than others?
Well, in particular, I think it's important for folks to know that the South actually is disproportionately impacted. Of the cases in the United States, 52% of them are in the South, whereas the South only makes up about 38% of the US population. So a lot of people assume that HIV is in some of the bigger cities or in the North or in the West. And the reality is that the South is where the highest numbers of cases are coming from. What we also know is that Blacks and Latinos are disproportionately impacted by HIV. Roughly 70% of the new cases are in Black and Latino individuals, even though they only make up about 32% of the overall US population. So it definitely impacts some communities, both geographically and demographically, more than others.
Do we know why that's the case, both demographically and geographically?
Well, I think some of this is about lack of access to healthcare, lack of access to information, some maybe misinformation about how you contract HIV. And some people just think HIV is gone and it's not something to worry about anymore. And so, when you have a community where you have higher rates, it becomes somewhat self-perpetuating in that, the vulnerability to acquiring HIV is higher if you're in an environment where there's more HIV.
Can we talk, Dr. Smith, about the major advances in HIV medicines during the past decade? I understand there's quite a few.
There are quite a few. So I've been taking care of HIV for 30 years. Back in the first days of HIV, treatments were very complicated. People had to take a handful of medicines multiple times a day. They were also associated with some significant side effects that made them difficult to take. But nowadays, people can take as little as one pill every day and keep their virus under control. And we at ViiV Healthcare have developed actually an HIV treatment where you only need to dose every 2 months and keep your virus under control. And that's really important because people who have HIV and a controlled virus, basically they get to live a long, healthy life, and basically as long as individuals who aren't living with HIV, and they don't transmit to their sexual partners. The other major advance is that we now have something called PrEP, or pre-exposure prophylaxis, which means you can take a pill every day, which will significantly reduce the likelihood of contracting HIV if you're currently now HIV negative. We've also at ViiV developed a long-acting or every 2-month treatment or prevention agent called Apretude, and that's spelled Apretude. And if people want more information, they can go to apretude.com to learn more about that long-acting prevention. But mostly, I want people to go to their doctors. I want them to get tested for HIV, and if they are HIV infected, there's lots of treatment options. And if they're not living with HIV, but they may benefit from PrEP, they can talk to their doctors about what would be the best option for them.
What do you see playing the most critical role in ending the HIV/AIDS epidemic, Doctor?
We have to do all the above. So everybody has to be tested and know their status so that if you're living with HIV, you go on treatment. We need individuals who might benefit from PrEP. And the CDC says there are about 1 million people in the US who could benefit from being on PrEP. Right now, only about 36% of those folks are on PrEP. So we need more people on prevention, and we need to make sure everyone who's living with HIV is on treatment. We also need to address stigma. HIV is still a very stigmatized disease, and if we talk about it more, normalize it more, then maybe people won't feel as uncomfortable going to their doctors and asking for a test and talking about their potential vulnerability to HIV. All those things will get us to the end of the epidemic.
Dr. Kimberly Smith, Head of Research and Development at ViiV Healthcare, we appreciate your time this morning. Thanks so very much for your information.
Thank you for having me.
All right, 60 degrees at 9:27. More Action News 5's digital desk and your forecast in 60 seconds.
Heading at the door here as we take a look at what's going on weather-wise here on the Action News 5 digital desk. A few showers still in play here across North Mississippi. That's also going to be the place to watch for cooler temperatures comparatively to other locations. I can't rule it out that we could see a stray shower here in Memphis. The farther north and west that you go, chances are looking slim across the Mid-South as we go into northern portions of Arkansas. So let's go hour by hour with our future cast. And again, you'll see a few passing showers possible. It's not a ton, but you might catch a shower here or there as we head through the day ahead. Lots of clouds. From Memphis points south, those clouds keep temperatures cooler, generally lower 60s. From Marianna to Memphis to Summerville to Brownsville, middle 60s. and then maybe upper 60s in a couple of pockets where the sunshine becomes a bit more predominant in northwest Tennessee and northeastern Arkansas. All the while, again, you still got a chance for a couple of passing showers in North Mississippi, but those chances are like 20% at best. Skies clear out tonight, lows bottoming out down in the 40s and 50s. Will rebound nicely to the upper 60s and low 70s for your Thursday, setting up shop for our next weather maker. This is going to be a front that moves through here that brings in more spotty shower chances heading into Friday. It's not going to be a washout, but still Friday looks to be our next best chance for some spotty showers moving in along that frontal boundary, moving from west to east. Should clear out pretty quickly, looking pretty good for the upcoming weekend before some bigger changes come in our direction in the extended range. For the weekend, looking great Saturday. Starting off with temperatures in the 40s, we'll rebound to right around 60 degrees with lots of sunshine coming up on Saturday. Sunday, we'll start off with sunshine. I think clouds become more dominant by the end of the day, and maybe a shower chance by the back end of the day. It leads into the next big thing, a first alert to a soggy early portion of next week. Early Thanksgiving week, there's a system that has been very consistent and insistent that it will occur. The question is to what extent and how does it play out and the timing. Right now, timing looks more so kind of honed in around Monday into Tuesday. It's out of here by Wednesday. But things have been kind of waffling back and forth. It could start as early as late Sunday. And if it starts as early as late Sunday, I think it may be out of here by the early portions of Tuesday. If it's more so Monday into Tuesday, of course, it may linger a little bit longer, could linger into maybe early Wednesday. But at any rate, this would be a bigger system, a more broad scale system that would not only affect us here, but could have implications in a regional sense that could have travel disruptions across the eastern 2/3 of the United States. So that'll be something that we watch out for. And severe weather risk right now looks to be low, but we are going to be watching that the next couple of days. Here's a look at it with our first alert futurecast. This is the European model that suggests an earlier onset that would suggest more so late Sunday. Monday would be rain pretty much all day long at that point, and then continuing to slowly but surely exit out of the region through Tuesday. We'll probably get some dry air to punch in here on the backside, and of course clearing out just in time for Wednesday. And again, that bodes well for Thanksgiving Thursday. Right now, Thanksgiving Thursday, you can find on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. And it's got partly cloudy temperatures in the 50s. So again, not a bad scenario playing out for us for Thanksgiving itself. The issue is, again, the lead up to Thanksgiving. So if you have plans out and about traveling, I think Monday and Tuesday not going to be the best situation as rain becomes a bit more dominant. Today, a couple of passing showers. Of course, the clouds back and forth between the clouds and sunshine will be battling here today with temperatures that range between 60 and 68 degrees. It depends on where you are. Again, 60s, low 60s across North Mississippi. Middle to upper 60s across West Tennessee and northeastern Arkansas. All of us in the upper 60s, near 70 for Thursday. We'll stay in the mid 60s for highs on Fridays. Clouds thicken up and a couple of passing showers from time to time on your Friday. Saturday looks fantastic. Clouds thicken up Sunday, leading up to the rain chances that roll us into Monday into Tuesday.
Let's talk. Let's talk a little bit about meditation and mindfulness. Those are two things that, from what we understand, can really help us during very stressful moments, during this stressful time, I guess you can say, unprecedented times that we are living through right now. And joining me now to talk about meditation and mindfulness is Dr. Gail Gazelle. She's an assistant professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School. Dr. Gazelle, thanks again for joining us. We appreciate every time you join us. How are you?
Wonderful. It's a pleasure to be here today.
So let's talk about meditation and mindfulness, because there are so many benefits that maybe people don't realize, especially in this age where we're just trying to lower the temperature, lower that stress that we feel each and every day.
Without a doubt. And when we think about healthcare, really, it's chock full of stress. The stakes are so very high. Certainly before the pandemic, many sick patients, not enough resources necessarily to take care of them, a lot of time pressure, emergencies upon emergencies. And of course, with the pandemic, the temperature, as you say, has really been turned up. And we don't learn a lot in our training as physicians or nurses or technicians or therapists in how to calm ourselves and how to really manage all of the stress that we experience. And for me, that's where I see mindfulness and meditation really having a critically important role.
Right, because physicians and other medical professionals, they know how to take care of others, but a lot of times it's at the expense of their own health. And we can learn a lot from not only how to protect themselves and their mental issues and their mental state, but also that kind of protection can also just talk to all of us, speak to all of us when it comes to just really kind of building that calmness inside, right?
It's so very true. I think when the public hears the word mindfulness, our minds can go to robed and bald-headed monks on a mountainside, can't they? And yet what I think about for mindfulness, particularly in healthcare for both doctors and patients, is really the mastery over our own minds. I mean, let's face it, our minds are very busy places, 10 to 20,000 thoughts a day. And some of those thoughts are great. They're really full of purpose and they help guide us. But when we focus on our own thoughts, whoever we are, we begin to realize that our minds are complicated places. A lot of the thoughts and stories that our minds spin are really actually fake news, and they can drag us down. They can take us to a very negative place, increasing our anxiety, increasing our stress level. So without a doubt, we can all benefit from learning tools to manage our own busy minds.
So our minds have 10,000 to 20,000 thoughts a day. That's really an extraordinary number and a fact there. How do we bring down that complication and make it really simple for us to make our minds work for us in terms of bringing down the stress level?
Well, what's really important is getting to know our own busy mind, and that's where meditation is so important. When we meditate, we're not banishing thought, but we're sitting quietly and we're just getting to know what it is that's going on in our mind. And what I find is that when I teach meditation to busy doctors and others, they're shocked. They had no idea that their mind was such a busy place. And when we think about that in medical terms, well, we can't treat something, we can't intervene until we diagnose it. So what I mean by that is we have to diagnose our own mind in a friendly way, not in a judgmental way. We don't sit there meditating thinking, what's wrong with me for having all these thoughts? We just notice, look at how busy my mind is, and let me get to know, let me befriend my own mind and get to know what's here. Why? So that I can work with my own mind and not be so much the servant of it, but become actually the one who's the master over it. And that, I think, is really the beauty of what mindfulness can offer all of us.
So we want to get the stress point to be reduced. We also want more calmness in our lives. What about the positivity aspect? How do we become more grateful in our lives?
Well, again, my focus is doctors and healthcare, and the public may not realize just how critical doctors learn to be of ourselves. As you mentioned, we're there to take care of others, so we don't learn to take care of ourselves. Sometimes we're not even on our own to-do list. But as we get to know that pattern of self-criticism, which again is not just the purview for doctors and healthcare, but we can all suffer from that, we begin to realize that perhaps it isn't helping us to be so critical of ourselves, to be so negative, to go down the negativity bias that affects all of us. And that's where I think we can get to know our own patterns. We can recognize when our thoughts are taking us into a negative, unhelpful direction, and we can course course correct. Again, that's one of the skills that we get with mindfulness. For myself, I've gotten to the point where I can notice, oh, there goes my silly mind, kind of criticizing me again, looking at all the negatives around me. Do I really have to follow that train, or would it be more helpful for me in terms of what's going on right now to shift my thoughts more in a positive direction? So it's not about, oh, just put on a smiley face and everything will be great. It's about getting to know your own mind and really working with it in the most constructive way that you can.
You know, doctors and all kinds of medical professionals, you know, they really get worn down by all the sickness they see, and especially during the pandemic, it has been tough for that profession. There's no question about it. How do they and other medical professionals build resilience with mindfulness?
Such an important question because, you know, the toll on healthcare workers has always been high. Again, it's a very high stakes profession, and we go into it knowing that and embracing that and wanting to do what we can to help those around us. But what do we do when there's a situation like the pandemic where the stresses are really just, you know, something that's unprecedented for all of those in healthcare? And so we can build resilience very importantly by building moments of calm into our day. Even the busiest day, it can be like running a marathon if we don't learn how to pause and actually kind of cool ourselves down and have moments of calm. With mindfulness, we can take those kind of pauses, those mindful pauses. We can notice when we're just running mentally and physically, and remind ourselves that if we're going to get through this marathon of healthcare, that we actually need to kind of take these mental timeouts. One very practical step that I recommend to healthcare providers is that in between patients, we simply pause and take at least one slow, deep breath, maybe even 3. It sounds so incredibly simple, but it can actually help us regulate ourselves and help us give us what we need to run this marathon that we are in healthcare.
So if someone's listening to this interview and they're trying to figure out, okay, I like the idea of meditation, I like the idea of mindfulness and building up that calm and a positive idea of how to approach daily routines, where would you tell them to start?
Well, there are a lot of wonderful apps out there now. Calm, 10% Happier, Headspace, you know, there are a ton of them. I have a free 14-day mindfulness meditation course where in less than 10 minutes a day, I guide individuals in a brief mindfulness topic and then in a meditation. And people can access that on my website, GailGazelle.com. It's a free offering, and that's often a good place for people to get started.
Is there any mindset, you know, we're talking about mindfulness, but is there any mindset when you approach this type of 14-day course or this type of attitude, hey, I need to lower my stress every day, I need to feel better about what I do each and every day. What else can we tell people to really kind of help them through this all?
Well, I think we can tell people that it's normal to experience stress. It's normal. It's part of the human condition, and it's normal to have a busy mind. There's nothing wrong with you, any of your listeners, if you're sitting there thinking, what's wrong with me that my mind is so busy and that I don't know how to quiet it? So I think that's really important, that we don't judge ourselves for being in the human condition and not learning these skills. You know, again, I often feel that if medical training covered some of these skills, that for me as an executive coach for burnt out physicians and physician leaders, I'd be happily out of a job, because these are skills that all of us can learn. So I think if your viewers take nothing else away, it's a sense of hopefulness that we all can become more the master of our own mind rather than, frankly, the servant.
Completely agree with you, Dr. Gazelle. You know, it's one of the benefits, I guess, one of the good things that we can say that's come out of this pandemic is this emphasis, this focus on mental health and having this idea, having this routine that you say, you know, this 14-day course to really kind of focus in and hone in on ways to bring down the stress level, make sure there's more calmness in your life, make sure there's more positivity, is something that we all need for sure. Anything else you'd like to say before we let you go?
Well, again, just to emphasize that this is more than possible. We don't have to go off to a mountaintop for hours a day. We can build these moments of self-awareness and self-reflection into our days really by paying attention and by pausing and by working with our own busy mind. This is more than possible for all of us in healthcare and all of us as a nation.
Dr. Gail Gazelle, thank you. Always appreciate our conversations, and we look forward to future conversations with you. Thanks so very much.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It is 9:46, 60 degrees. We'll be talking more about your forecast as you take a look from our High 5 camera in Midtown Memphis. Well, let's talk about the Grizzlies, shall we? The Lakers game was last night. A lot of beef here between the two teams, especially since this was the first time they played since the playoff series last season that ended the Grizzlies season. And during the first quarter, Anthony Davis, Santi Aldama, D'Angelo Russell, and Desmond Bane all got technical fouls during some sort of fight, I guess you could say, after Anthony Davis shoved Aldama to the ground. It's going to happen here any second. You'll see it here where he just shoved him to the ground right there. Okay, and then D'Angelo Russell, Desmond Bane, they all got technicals here. The Grizzlies lost in this one. It was a blowout too. It was 134-107. The Grizzlies are now 2-9 on the year. Let's talk about the Mid-South Food Bank and the Action News 5 Holiday Food Drive. Your donations will go to the food bank that helps families across 31 Mid-South counties in 3 states. You can make donations at any Mid-South Kroger location or online by using the QR code that you see on your screen. You have until December 5th to give back. Okay, turkey production. That's what we want to talk to you about. Turkey. Actually, before we do that, let's talk about the Memphis Police Department's annual Turkey Thanksgiving giveaway. This is happening this afternoon in the parking lot of the Memphis Permit Office on Union Avenue Extended. That's behind El Toro Loco Restaurant. Giveaway's happening from 1 until 3. And I want to tell you also about the natural state, the state of Arkansas, ranking 3rd in turkey production. That's according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture. They say enough turkeys have been produced to rebound from the bird flu in 2022, and exports have increased in 2023. That's good news for prices. USDA said the current price per pound for a turkey, weighing anywhere from 8 to 16 pounds, is now $1.15. It's 35% lower than it was just last year. With holidays approaching, we want to take a second to warn you about some potential household hazards. 1,600 cooking fires take place on Thanksgiving Day, more than 3 times the daily average. Nearly 15,000 people were treated in hospital emergency rooms last season due to decorated-related injuries. And more than 40% of those injuries involve falls. And when it comes to lights, use only the ones that have been tested for safety. Toss out any lights that have been frayed with wires or broken sockets or exposed wires either. Thousands of Memphians on a mission to make this a healthier 901. That's why this Saturday, executive chef Chris Beavers that you see here is partnering with Methodist Le Bonheur to share secrets to cooking healthier so we can get in and out of the holiday season and still fit into our clothes. North Memphis Native passionate about helping Memphians lose weight through Healthier 901 initiatives. And for him, it starts by making better food choices. Of course, You can learn more about it and check out a Saturday demo at the Pursuit of God Transformation Center in North Watkins. Space is limited. Registration is required. Go to the events tab on healthier901.com. Okay, too many Memphis families have been affected by gun violence. Taylor Tucker spoke with a local activist who says he's not letting up on his mission. Frank Gotti, that you see here, spends most of his time in the streets. This time around, he's not starting trouble, preventing it. It's part of a campaign, Guns Down, Fight Like a Man. He says his unusual approach to combat crime is nowhere near finished. He says he might not be able to stop all the killings, but have conversations in the right direction. He says everything's going to come back to life because Memphis is a great city, and that's why he's pushing for it, because he believes in Memphis. Okay, we are working for you this morning, asking our elected leaders about their plan to approach crime in Memphis. We heard from DA Steve Mulroy, who says, like many of you, he watched the dozens of people ransack gas stations over the weekend. His office is planning to prosecute them when they are arrested, pointing to recent Operation Broken Bottles as an approach to growing retail thefts across the city here. And this morning we've learned also that a airport officer in Nashville International had the tip of her finger bit off by a bomb-sniffing dog. It's the latest case in an unprovoked attack at the airport by one of these dogs. This is one of the people injured is Paulina Jescas. She was holding her Maltese carrier in 2019, and then her dog barked at a canine bomb-sniffing dog. That's when the canine lunged. When she tried to protect her dog, she was bit. She says he expects the canine to bark back but not attack her. So far, this is the third case documented at Nashville International. No comment from the airport or TSA, who trains these dogs. Let's take a break right now. You see a live look from our High Five camera. More Action News 5 right after this. All right, welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We hear you. We've been hearing about your complaints with regards to the crime surge in Memphis, not only over the weekend, not only over the last few months, but this whole year. And for the last several years, we got a chance to catch up with Memphis Police Chief C.J. Davis after she addressed the Rotary Club. Here is our interview with the police chief.
Let me know you're ready. All right, so Chief, firstly, we know there was just a shooting, unfortunately, on Sunday on Tennessee Street downtown, where many people were off the riverfront, a lot of businesses there, homes there. Just your reaction when you heard about that.
Well, I think my reaction was very similar to any of the shootings that we have to respond to in the city. Too many senseless shootings in our city. Very, very sad situation that our community members can't walk in their communities and feel safe. I wish we had police officers just to be on every corner. Unfortunately, we don't. But I will certainly say that I can't say enough about the relentless pursuit of the Memphis police officers that brought these individuals to justice with deliberate speed. It doesn't make it any easier to have to go through this. But I personally want our community to know that we will pursue any individual that commits these type of senseless acts as we have in the past. And it's intolerable. It's intolerable for our community members, and we all have to band together to do better in our city. These are very, very difficult times. Our officers are overworked and exhausted from running around chasing after individuals with guns. We need to do better with gun legislation. We need to do better with parental and guardianship of our young people in our community. We've arrested over 23,000 people in the city of Memphis just this year alone. Record numbers of arrests, but it's not going to do any good for us to continue to arrest individuals and they continue to commit crimes. And that's part of what I'll be talking about today, is the number of repeat offenders that we continuously have to deal with on the streets of Memphis.
What do you say to Memphians who say what more can be done? We've heard talks of why can't we bring in the National Guard? You know, what more can we do? It seems like kind of lawlessness with the ongoing smash and grabs. What do you say to Memphians who ask a question like that? What more can we do?
So, and I know people think that bringing in armies of various entities and government entities to try to address and suppress crime, that's not the answer. The answer is, I don't care if we had the entire United States Army here in the city of Memphis, if we continue to see the same individuals committing crimes, you know, arresting our way out of this is not possible. We have to deal with the root causes of crime. We have to deal with those individuals who are accountable for young people who are out past curfews and out past certain hours that are committing these types of incidents. Not just, you know, smash and grabs and violent crime, but also our streets are dangerous. From young people driving recklessly on our streets, it's a problem that the Memphis Police Department cannot wrap our arms around alone. I don't care if we had the 2,500 officers that we're trying. Everybody has to do their part. Everybody is part of this criminal justice ecosystem, and we all have to work together to get on top of this.
Chief, could I ask you about the head count?
Yes.
I think you have 1950. That's been the working number
Yes.
in terms of the force.
Yes.
And I know you have about 50 in the academy now.
That's right.
And so, and you have another class coming early
That's right.
next year.
About 70 in that class.
So tell us, what is the manpower, woman power status?
Okay. The status right now is the Memphis Police Department is finally at a point where we're starting to see a net gain, if that makes sense. We have an allocation of 2,500 officers. However, the city stopped hiring for about 4 or 5 years. And when you stop hiring and you have natural attrition, you're going to spend a few years digging out of the hole. We're finally at a point where we're going to start seeing past that 2,000 mark and moving towards that 2,500. Our attrition rate is lower, which is great. That means we're retaining more officers now because of the various, you know, benefits from this administration. But right now, we're still not at a place where we can really have the level of visibility and enforcement that we would like in the city. So we appreciate all the other law enforcement entities around, you know, the city and the Tennessee Highway Patrol. When they come to town and help us out, it makes a huge difference.
Could I ask about what sort of wisdom you're sharing with the transition team and the mayor-elect about fighting crime?
Well, I think we have to have a holistic approach. As I mentioned earlier, this is really a criminal justice ecosystem that every cog in the wheel has to work. You know, the Memphis Police Department, we're 24 hours out there on the grind. This weekend was a tough weekend. Our officers were all over the place. We made some significant arrests, but we got to keep bad people in jail. And we have to make sure that everybody is doing their part. It can't be just, you know, law enforcement arresting folks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You mentioned we have to keep bad people in jail. What will it take to do that?
Well,
what laws would you like to see changed?
Well, we recently spoke to the legislative committee earlier today, and we're hoping that some of the proposals, and I can't get into details because they're going to look at what our recommendations are, but a lot of it is to address repeat offenders. You know, 53% of the individuals we arrest are people who have committed violent crime. If we could just deal with that 53%, we could see, you know, violent crime suppressed in our city. But it has to be a holistic approach. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to take a short break. Back after this. Back here in the Action News 5 digital desk, have you ever felt like you're kind of a klutz at home? You bump your knee or you trip and fall over just anything in your house? Sometimes that happens, even at work. You just go around your normal routine and you turn around and you have all these like bruises on you. You're like, what is happening here? Well, these are preventable injuries, and believe it or not, there is a National Injury Prevention Day. Let's talk to someone who knows a little bit about this. I'm joined now by Jarita Hollins. She's with Regional 1, and she is a coordinator for the burn and trauma services. Jarita, nice to have you back on the digital desk. Tell us about National Injury Prevention Day. What exactly is it, and what does it really mean? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Yes, thank you for having me back. Well, National Injury Prevention Day will be observed this Saturday, November the 18th, and it's a day to raise awareness of preventable injuries and violence and to encourage others to make a positive change. We want to empower and educate communities with safety knowledge so that they can prevent injuries.
Okay, and so let's talk about what exactly is considered a preventable injury.
Well, a preventable injury usually follows a predictable pattern, and most are preventable with common knowledge, safety devices, and careful habits. For instance, if you want to prevent unintentional shootings, you might want to consider using a gun lock on your gun.
Okay, what about in the household? I mean, can you give me an example of something that, people would consider a preventable injury maybe around the house or at work?
So an accidental fall, we see a lot of accidental falls that come through Regional 1 Health. And so, for instance, if you wanted to maybe secure rugs that are on your floor, if they slip and slide a lot, you might want to think about putting some adhesive backing on those rugs so that they will not slip and slide. Also, make sure that you have good lighting in your home and try to put up different cords that may also lead to tripping and eventually falls.
I like that. That helps just kind of identify exactly preventable injuries. How common are they, and what kind do you see at Regional 1 the most, Jarita?
Preventable injuries are extremely, extremely common. They are the leading cause of death of young people up to the age of 44. And preventable injuries account for more fatalities than all other diseases combined. So here at Regional 1, we happen to see quite often gunshot wounds, accidental falls, and motor vehicle accidents.
Yeah, I was going to say, boy, it really kind of runs the gamut here. So in order to avoid preventable injuries, if you had to kind of just highlight maybe 2 or 3 different things, what would you say?
Absolutely. So in order to avoid accidental shootings with firearms, we strongly encourage that you keep firearms unloaded and locked and stored separately away from the ammunition. Also, model responsible firearm behavior. And also, keep firearms out of the sight and reach of small children. And for instance, with motor vehicle accidents, to avoid those types of injuries, make sure you're always wearing your seatbelt. And don't talk on the phone when you're driving. Remember that Tennessee is a hands-free state. Also, try to avoid distractions while driving, such as eating or drinking, rubbernecking, reaching around in the automobile, trying to find different things, and changing the climate control or radio stations in your car. Also, in order to prevent motor vehicle accident injuries, make sure that you don't drive when you're tired or you're overly sleepy. Also, make sure that you don't drive when you're under the influence of drugs or alcohol or any prescribed medications, because those can cause drowsiness or sleepiness at times as well.
Sounds good, Jarita. Anything else we can touch on before we let you go with regards to this topic?
Well, I just want to mention that Regional 1 Health does offer free community education and trainings in order to help prevent accidental injuries. We offer Stop the Bleed, which is a training that individuals can take, in order to learn how to stop the bleed in a severely injured person. I also offer fall prevention courses for those who are at high risk for falls. And also Distracted Driving and Violence Prevention is a program that's aimed at our teens that helps them to learn about the dangers of reckless driving behaviors.
Jaretta Hollins, Regional One Health, and talking to us about National Injury Prevention Day, which is this Saturday, November 18th. Jaretta, thank you so much for the insight. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrew.
All right. Right now, another live look from our High Five camera in Midtown Memphis. Some cloud cover out there, 60 degrees at 10:05. Your forecast coming up in 60 seconds.
Heading at the door here as we take a look at what's going on weather-wise here on the Action News 5 digital desk. A few showers still in play here across North Mississippi. That's also going to be the place to watch for cooler temperatures comparatively to other locations. I can't rule it out that we could see a stray shower here in Memphis. The farther north and west that you go, chances are looking slim across the Mid-South as we go into northern portions of Arkansas. So let's go hour by hour with our future cast. And again, you'll see a few passing showers possible. It's not a ton, but you might catch a shower here or there as we head through the day ahead. Lots of clouds. From Memphis points south, those clouds keep temperatures cooler, generally lower 60s. From Marianna to Memphis to Summerville to Brownsville, middle 60s. And then maybe upper 60s in a couple of pockets where the sunshine becomes a bit more predominant in northwest Tennessee and northeastern Arkansas. All the while, again, you still got a chance for a couple of passing showers in North Mississippi, but those chances are like 20% at best. Skies clear out tonight, lows bottoming out down the 40s and 50s. Will rebound nicely to the upper 60s and low 70s for your Thursday, setting up shop for our next weather maker. This is going to be a front that moves through here that brings in more spotty shower chances heading into Friday. It's not going to be a washout, but still Friday looks to be our next best chance for some spotty showers moving in along that frontal boundary, moving from west to east. Should clear out pretty quickly, looking pretty good for the upcoming weekend before some bigger changes come in our direction in the extended range. For the weekend, looking great Saturday. Starting off with temperatures in the 40s, we'll rebound to right around 60 degrees with lots of sunshine coming up on Saturday. Sunday, we'll start off with sunshine. I think clouds become more dominant by the end of the day and maybe a shower chance by the back end of the day. It leads into the next big thing, a first alert to a soggy early portion of next week. Early Thanksgiving week, there's a system that has been very consistent and insistent that it will occur. The question is to what extent and how does it play out and the timing. Right now, timing looks more so kind of honed in around Monday into Tuesday. It's out of here by Wednesday. But things have been kind of waffling back and forth. It could start as early as late Sunday. And if it starts as early as late Sunday, I think it may be out of here by the early portions of Tuesday. If it's more so Monday into Tuesday, of course, it may linger a little bit longer, could linger into maybe early Wednesday. But at any rate, this would be a bigger system, a more broad scale system that would not only affect us here, but could have implications in a regional sense. They could have travel disruptions across the eastern 2/3 of the United States. So that'll be something that we watch out for. And severe weather risk right now looks to be low, but we are going to be watching that the next couple of days. Here's a look at it with our first alert futurecast. This is the European model that suggests an earlier onset that would suggest more so late Sunday Monday would be rain pretty much all day long at that point, and then continuing to slowly but surely exit out of the region through Tuesday. We'll probably get some dry air to punch in here on the backside, and of course clearing out just in time for Wednesday. And again, that bodes well for Thanksgiving Thursday. Right now, Thanksgiving Thursday, you can find on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. And it's got partly cloudy temperatures in the 50s. So again, not a bad scenario playing out for us for Thanksgiving itself. The issue is, again, the lead up to Thanksgiving. So if you have plans out and about traveling, I think Monday and Tuesday not going to be the best situation as rain becomes a bit more dominant. Today, a couple of passing showers. Of course, the clouds back and forth between the clouds and sunshine will be battling here today with temperatures that range between 60 and 68 degrees. It depends on where you are. Again, 60s, low 60s across North Mississippi. Middle to upper 60s across West Tennessee and northeastern Arkansas. All of us in the upper 60s, near 70 for Thursday. We'll stay in the mid 60s for highs on Fridays. Clouds thicken up and a couple of passing showers from time to time on your Friday. Saturday looks fantastic. Clouds thicken up Sunday, leading up to the rain chances that roll us into Monday into Tuesday.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want you to take a close look at this video. Memphis police looking for the man here accused of setting a fire to a church's kitchen. The suspect here was caught on camera at the Ashbury Memorial Methodist Church on Mendenhall near Cottonwood. Firefighters say the man was seen on this surveillance video pouring liquid in the church's kitchen through a window and then setting it on fire. The fire caused about $3,000 in damage. If you recognize this person, you know who he is, please call or text Crime Stoppers. You can remain anonymous. That number is 901-528-CASH. Well, the time is now. Water woes for Helena, West Helena, Arkansas continue this weekend. There was water tanks that were brought into the area, precautionary boil water notices as part of the Arkansas City. The mayor there says repair crews have had a difficult time finding the leak, and the west area tank was drained before the faucet could be closed to stop water loss. He says results from water samples will be back by the end of the week. If you remember, late June, early July, an emergency was declared in Helena, West Helena because utilities issues left thousands of people there waterless for weeks. Okay, Mississippi Governor Tate Reeves has lifted a partial statewide burn ban effective tomorrow. And while rain has helped drop wildfire activities in some area for 27 counties, including Lafayette, Marshall, Panola, and Tate in our area, local burn bans can remain. I want to show you this here. A search is underway for a group of thieves who stole from Oak Hall. This is video here. Memphis police responded to a burglary and theft call 1 in the morning back on November 8th. Investigators say 6 people wearing hoodies, face masks, and gloves broke glass, cut through security wire. They stole several bottles of fragrances. Anyone with information about this should call or text Crime Stoppers. Again, that number is 901-528-CASH. You can remain anonymous and be eligible for a reward. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Money and financial responsibilities. That tops the list of some of the biggest stressors out there for so many American families. The American Heart Association has revealed some new research this morning linking stress to cardiovascular disease. You know, the summertime is supposed to be more relaxing, more chill, I guess you could say. It's supposed to be easier, but many of us feeling more stressed than ever before. Let's bring in psychologist Andrea Iglesias to discuss more about these stresses and stress levels and how to bring it down. Good morning, Dr. Iglesias. Can you talk about today's biggest stressors for us according to this study?
Of course. Hi, good morning. So happy to be here with you. So, the biggest stressors that we're seeing, according to our studies, are family responsibility, work, health, money. So, stressors can be individual, but these are the things that are coming up over and over again for a lot of people.
Yeah, and I mean, the sky high inflation, everything's costing more. I'm sure that has to deal with it as well. How does it impact our heart health?
So when people think about stress, they often think about just their mental well-being, but the truth is that stress has an impact on our overall well-being, our physical well-being, and certainly our heart health. So what ends up happening, especially with chronic stress, is that we can see an increase in heart rate and blood pressure and inflammation, as well as some behaviors that may not be very healthy. So not sleeping well, not eating well, not exercising, and all of those things come together to eventually lead to potentially chronic stress. So it's really important that we're paying attention to that connection so that we can prevent things from getting worse.
Who's most at risk when it comes to these stressors, doctor?
So we know that stress levels are going up in general for everybody. So this is something for everyone to pay attention to. But the studies are showing as well that the Hispanic community is particularly impacted. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about today is the American Heart Association's campaign called Protecting Your Wellbeing Together. This is a campaign that provides education, resources around this connection between stress and heart health. And it's a campaign that's offered in both English and Spanish. So this is really important because it becomes a resource for everybody, no matter which language they speak.
What are some healthy ways to deal with this stress that Americans are feeling right now?
Well, the most important thing is to think about what are the manageable steps that you can take in your life. So it's going to look a little bit different for everybody, but a few things that you can try are, for example, taking breaks during the day. So depending on your work schedule, thinking how you can protect time to take a breather, to ground yourself, to make sure you're not going back to back, protecting time for exercise. For me, even just going outside for 30 minutes and taking a walk can make a huge difference, being out with fresh air, connecting with loved ones, with family, with friends, making an effort, being really intentional, maybe even making sure that you're having dinner together every night. And of course, grounding yourself in gratitude is really important, has shown to have really positive effects in managing stress.
Yeah, gratitude is big. I certainly see that. We've touched on a number of different issues and ways to help families out there. Where can we get some more information online?
Well, the campaign has some really great resources. So if you go to heart.org/stress, you can find lots of great tips on managing stress and more information on these studies linking heart disease and heart health with stress. So you can learn more about that and not just educate yourself, but also those around you to make sure that, we're taking care of ourselves and each other.
Okay, psychologist Dr. Andrea Iglesias, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Inflation and interest rates, they are still running hot, leaving many consumers hesitant to spend money on items and activities that they truly love. And there's also concerns of a recession, if we're headed towards one, if we're in one right now. Let's bring in a smart shopping expert, Trey Bodge, to talk more about consumers and their spending habits, what they're concerned about. Trey, good morning. Let's talk about the latest spending trends and the challenges that Americans face right now.
So thank you so much for having me. This is such an important topic. Obviously, as you said, inflation continues to arise, and what we are seeing right now is a bit of a spending slowdown year over year, and then from March over February, month over month. Consumers are keeping their wallets a little bit closer. They're spending less. But of course, at the same time, we're heading into summer. We're wanting to travel. We have all these gifts to give, Mother's Day, Father's Day, grads, weddings. And so it's a tough time because consumers want to spend, but may not have the money to do so. And we're obviously avoiding debt as well because debt is more expensive. So it's a little bit of a tricky time financially for many Americans.
Yeah, no question about it, Trey. And I was just going to ask you, I mean, we got Mother's Day this weekend. Next month, we have Father's Day. Got a couple graduates in my family, got to get gifts for. How do we stay on budget with all this stuff?
So that is a great question, and that is really the key point here. We want to stay on budget. So I would suggest taking a couple minutes and taking a look at your budget, seeing if there's wiggle room, and then getting a sense of how much you can spend per person, and then planning your gift giving accordingly. The other thing that I would say is look for ways to save. Because this is such a big gift giving time, a lot of retailers will be offering sales. And so you should take advantage of looking at your favorite deals site to see if you can maybe get a coupon or earn some cash back. And then also don't ignore your memberships. You might have discounts coming that you don't even know are there. So for example, if you're an AARP member and you haven't bought some flowers for mom yet, there are amazing discounts with FTD. You can save 25% site-wide right now. And there are ways to save additionally on select bouquets by using code AARP30 or AARP40 to save on select bouquets. So by taking those extra steps, you can save significantly.
I like those ideas, memberships, coupons, that sort of thing. What about celebrations? You know, going out and trying to fight the crowds on Mother's Day is something that nobody wants to be a part of. And I understand that maybe celebrating at home might be a better option. Tell me more.
Yeah, so I love that. I mean, I am not one to go out and fight the crowds on Mother's Day either. And obviously, sometimes there's a prefix menu and there aren't things on there that everyone wants. And so I say celebrate at home. And a great way to do that is to do it collaboratively with the people around you. Have a potluck. Everyone loves to show off their favorite or their famous cookie recipe or their chili recipe. Have everyone bring something. And that obviously impacts the amount of time that you're spending to plan and also the amount that you're spending as well financially. So that's a really good way to lighten the load and have a great time at the same time.
So after we get all this, you know, Mother's Day, Father's Day, graduations, you know, we're still trying to keep to that budget, stick to it as much as possible. And sometimes your health and health checkups might get in the way of that, or at least you don't want to initially spend for something like that. How can we stay on the budget, but yet still pay attention to our health to keep it at optimal levels?
Right. So throughout the pandemic, so many people stopped going to the doctor. Obviously, we were afraid to for a while, and then we just kind of put those things on the back burner. So I'm suggesting to everyone to get back on that schedule, get your regular checkups, because obviously health problems are more expensive than being healthy, right? And then I would also say if you're interested in maybe getting your hearing checked or your eyes checked, these are very important things as well. And if you happen to be an AARP member, there are ways to save on both of those areas. So believe it or not, there are ways to save on your health care as well. And so you really want to keep up with those appointments and then make sure to get your hearing and eyes checked at the same time.
Anything else, Trey, before we let you go? This has been some great ideas and suggestions for people.
Yeah, so the last thing that I would say, because interest is so high, it's really important to try to avoid credit card debt because debt becomes more expensive when the interest rates are high. So try to stay within your budget when you're buying these gifts or hosting these gatherings, and you'll be much better for it.
All right, Trey Baj, smart shopping expert there. We really appreciate you joining us here on the Digital Desk. Thanks for the recommendations and suggestions. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
One in 4 Americans say they don't do a good job recycling, and they're confused about what can be recycled and what cannot be recycled. And so understanding the myths and truths about recycling and what really happens to those plastic bottles when you toss them in the recycle bin, let's bring in someone to help us through and kind of sift through all this fact versus fiction. I'm joined now by Jeremy Walters. He is Sustainability Ambassador with Republic Services. Jeremy joining us on the Digital Desk. Jeremy, good morning to you. Thanks for being here. Let's talk about, first off, the efforts to recycle and how important they are. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah, you know, recycling is so fundamentally important when we talk about sustainability, but we got to do it right. And so think about recyclables as just as valuable as natural resources in which they were originally derived. So make sure that you do recycle these things. They can find second, third, fourth, fifth life and beyond, but they have to go in the recycling bin.
You know, I get this question all the time with my kids and certainly others, neighbors, that sort of thing. The type of plastics that are supposed to be in the recycle bin, it really varies, and sometimes people just don't know. Is there like one just umbrella rule that you could say, okay, when you have this type of plastic, put it in the bin?
Yep, we can make it super simple. Don't focus on the numbers. Just focus on the characteristic. Think rigid plastic containers. So that's going to encompass a whole bunch of different types of bottles, jugs, and tubs. But again, rigid plastic containers.
That's a good, nice blanket kind of response there. I understand you have a number of different products in front of you. Are these all products that can be recycled?
Yeah, definitely. Aside from the paper, the cardboard, the metal cans, these are the types of plastic that you should be placing in the recycling bin. All excellent for recycling. Not so much this stuff. The flexible plastic is where there's a lot of confusion. That wraps and tangles around the sorting equipment. So leave that stuff out and just focus on the good stuff.
Got it. Okay, so rigid plastic, not the kind that just is always in motion, and those plastic bags. I hate those things. I always try to get paper when they ask paper or plastic at the grocery store. I'm always a paper kind of guy. Can you share some of the common myths when it comes to recycling, specifically recycling plastic?
Yeah, one of the most common ones that I hear all the time is that plastics recycling just simply doesn't happen. If you throw your recyclables in the bin, then we just throw them away, and that couldn't be farther from the truth. There's a misleading statistic out there that says only 5% of plastic gets recycled, and while there's a layer of truth to that, it doesn't tell the whole story. Plastic is all around us, from the bumper of your car to the keyboard on your desk. Not everything can be recycled. So when we look at the stuff that can, like a bottle, it actually has a recycling rate closer to 30%. And while that's vastly better than 5, there's still room for improvement. And that's because we're only putting 3 out of 10 bottles in the recycling bin to begin with. So we got to make sure that we recycle all of them.
Correct me if I'm wrong. A few years ago, I would put glass in my recycle bin. Did glass used to be part of the whole recycling aspects? And I don't do it anymore. Is it not a part of it anymore? Can you give me some guidance on that?
Yeah, so you'd want to check with whoever your specific service provider is on whether they accept glass in the commingled curbside bin. Some do curbside collection, but you have to put it in a separate bin. It depends on the processes at the recycling center where it goes. Glass is recyclable, but you also have to layer in the economics of it too. And once it goes through a recycling process, glass is heavy. And if there's no glass recycler within a few hundred miles of your municipality, the economics may not make sense. And then that's where maybe think about other ways to be more sustainable and reuse the glass.
Good idea. Good idea. Okay, you mentioned just briefly some other things that are recyclables, cardboard, that sort of thing. Can you just kind of just run over maybe some bullet points of what other things can go in the recycle bin other than rigid plastic?
Yeah, so metal food and beverage containers are great for recycling. Clean and dry paper and cardboard. And where I say clean and dry is because what is your pizza box made from? Pizza box is made from cardboard. Don't just go throw it straight in the bin. If the bottom's got grease and cheese on it, you can tear it in half, recycle the clean half. And then again, you can check with your local service provider on the acceptance of glass.
That's good. I like it. These are great to the point questions. Anything else you wanted to mention that we haven't touched on with regards to recycling that you feel is important to our audience? We have thousands of people that watch us on the digital desk.
Yeah, I'd say when it comes to recycling itself, there is a right way to do it. And while all these are great for recycling, you do want to rinse them out gently. Not a ton of water, but just a little bit of water goes a long way. You know, think of a ketchup bottle, for example. You don't want residual ketchup in there because if it spills out on this stuff, we do have to throw it away. So think empty, clean, dry. Like I said, a little bit of water goes a long way. Swirl it around, tap it dry, put the cap back on, and then you can throw it in the recycling bin.
Valuable information, Jeremy. Really quickly, where can we find some of this information online? Is there a place?
Yeah, recyclingsimplified.com. Great website, lots of videos, tips, tricks, activities for the kids, and if there's any teachers out there watching, we do offer free downloadable curriculum.
All right, Jeremy Walters with Republic Services. We really appreciate you just giving us the deep download on how to recycle the good, bad, and what not to do. Thanks very much.
Thank you for having me.
Want to tell you about an event that's happening this Saturday from 11 to 3. We're talking about Eat This Book. This is a festival for you if you like to eat. You can celebrate Memphis food culture with vendors, food trucks, samples, crafts, and much, much more. Great stuff here as we are joined by Blake McVeigh with the Memphis Library to talk more about this event. Blake, good morning to you. Tell me more about this. Is this the first time ever we've had this kind of festival? It's called Eat the Book. Eat This Book, right?
Correct. No, this is not the first time. This festival started back in 2019. We wanted to highlight Memphis food culture and the role that the library plays in that. It really started out of the Business and Sciences Department of the Central Branch, Benjamin L. Hooks, and that is where a vast array of not only cookbooks, but a lot of other food-related books are stored, and I felt like it wasn't really being highlighted enough. So we came up with this food festival, and we bring in really chiefly what it is chefs demonstrating recipes and giving people an opportunity to sample the recipes. And what we hope to do is inspire people to become chefs themselves.
I love it. I love it. So you have these cookbooks in this section of the Memphis Library. It wasn't getting enough recognition, or people weren't coming to that portion of the library enough. So you said, all right, let's take these books, let's get some recipes, let's highlight them, and allow people to take a part. Is that kind of the whole gist of this?
That is a perfect encapsulation of what we're trying to do. And so this is the third time we've done this festival. You know, of course, we had to pause 1 year for pandemic lockdown, but we resumed last year. We had it at the newer Raleigh branch. This is the first year we'll be having Eat This Book at the Cosset branch, which, as you probably know, was recently reopened back in the spring. And one of the thrilling things for me is this year we are highlighting somebody who is really an embodiment of what this festival represents. Chef Eli Townsend has a restaurant here in the Cosset branch, Dos Hermanos Kitchen. And when he had his grand opening earlier this year, one of the things he described was growing up in Frazier, his mom would take him to the library. And one of the things that made him want to be a chef was reading cookbooks, reading other food related books at the Frazier Library, and it inspired him eventually to become a chef. And now he's pretty well known throughout the city, especially here in downtown, as a very excellent chef. He also has catering services, and so he will be our, let's call him our keynote chef. So we're going to have 3 different sessions of live chef demonstrations. We're going to have a couple of librarians, a father-daughter duo are going to be our first demonstrators. Then we're going to have another local baker be our second demonstrator, and then Eli will close out the festival with his demonstration. We're also going to have some other samples throughout the day. We're going to have cotton candy, popcorn. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It sounds amazing. I want to show this once again for our viewers here. So Chef Eli, just one of several different people that are expected to perform and be a part of making some of the foods there while highlighting the cookbooks there at the Cosset Library downtown, newly renovated. It looks amazing. One thing you said, Blake, I'm curious. Does Chef Eli, you said does he have a restaurant inside the library? I'm curious about that.
Yes, he does. Absolutely. Right when you come in the Cosset branch, double doors right there at the front. If you take a hard right, you will be walking right into Dos Hermanos Kitchen. It's a beautiful little facility. He has a really interesting menu. Has an interesting take on some things that we all know. Like, we all know what a waffle is, but Chef Eli has something that he calls a falafel waffle. That's really interesting. He has Taco Tuesdays. He does his own thing with tacos. That's always interesting. They're always coming up with an interesting spin on familiar foods and making them just a little more interesting. So come on out and check out Dos Hermanos Kitchen. They're not open on Mondays. The library's open on Mondays, but they are open Tuesday through Saturday. And a couple months back, they started doing brunch on Saturdays. And you never know what's going to pop up in the kitchen. Lots of times there's live music. There's almost always music of some type or another. Sometimes it's, Bluetoothed to a PA system, but many times there's live music or other entertainment. They have a lot of fun over there, and we really love having them in our branch.
Eat This Book Festival this Saturday, November 18th from 11 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon. It's at the Cosset Branch Library, 33 South Front Street, and all kinds of food vendors, food trucks, free samples, crafts, and much more, essentially highlighting the cookbooks rather, at the library and some of the people that are going to be cooking some of those recipes. I love the idea of this festival. I really hope it goes well. It's free, of course, for everybody, right?
Yes, it's absolutely free.
Excellent, excellent. Anything else, Blake, before we let you go?
No, thank you for the opportunity for letting us share about our festival. We hope everybody comes out and you're going to have a good time.
Yeah, it sounds like an amazing time, Blake McVeigh. We appreciate you, and we appreciate everything that the library does for all of us. And good luck this weekend with Eat This Book Festival at the Cosset Library. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, we got your full forecast in 60 seconds right after this.
Heading at the door here as we take a look at what's going on weather-wise here on the Action News 5 digital desk. A few showers still in play here across North Mississippi. That's also going to be the place to watch for cooler temperatures comparatively to other locations. I can't rule it out that we can see a stray shower here in Memphis. The farther north and west that you go, chances are looking slim across the Mid-South as we go into northern portions of Arkansas. So let's go hour by hour with our future cast. And again, you'll see a few passing showers possible. It's not a ton, but you might catch a shower here or there as we head through the day ahead. Lots of clouds. From Memphis points south, those clouds keep temperatures cooler, generally lower 60s. From Marianna to Memphis to Summerville to Brownsville, middle 60s. And then maybe upper 60s in a couple of pockets where the sunshine becomes a bit more predominant in northwest Tennessee and northeastern Arkansas. All the while, again, you still got a chance for a couple of passing showers in North Mississippi, but those chances are like 20% at best. Skies clear out tonight, lows bottoming out down in the 40s and 50s. Will rebound nicely to the upper 60s and low 70s for your Thursday, setting up shop for our next weather maker. This is going to be a front that moves through here that brings in more spotty shower chances heading into Friday. It's not going to be a washout, but still Friday looks to be our next best chance for some spotty showers moving in along that frontal boundary, moving from west to east. Should clear out pretty quickly, looking pretty good for the upcoming weekend before some bigger changes come in our direction in the extended range. For the weekend, looking great Saturday. Starting off with temperatures in the 40s, we'll rebound to right around 60 degrees with lots of sunshine coming up on Saturday. Sunday, we'll start off with sunshine. I think clouds become more dominant by the end of the day, and maybe a shower chance by the back end of the day. It leads into the next big thing, a first alert to a soggy early portion of next week. Early Thanksgiving week, there's a system that has been very consistent and insistent that it will occur. The question is to what extent and how does it play out and the timing. Right now, timing looks more so kind of honed in around Monday into Tuesday. It's out of here by Wednesday. But things have been kind of waffling back and forth. It could start as early as late Sunday. And if it starts as early as late Sunday, I think it may be out of here by the early portions of Tuesday. If it's more so Monday into Tuesday, of course, it may linger a little bit longer, could linger into maybe early Wednesday. But at any rate, this would be a bigger system, a more broad scale system that would not only affect us here, but could have implications in a regional sense that could have travel disruptions across the eastern 2/3 of the United States. So that'll be something that we watch out for. And severe weather risk right now looks to be low, but we are going to be watching that the next couple of days. Here's a look at it with our first alert futurecast. This is the European model that suggests an earlier onset that would suggest more so late Sunday. Monday would be rain pretty much all day long at that point, and then continuing to slowly but surely exit out of the region through Tuesday. We'll probably get some dry air to punch in here on the backside, and of course clearing out just in time for Wednesday. And again, that bodes well for Thanksgiving Thursday. Right now, Thanksgiving Thursday, you can find on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. Download it in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store. And it's got partly cloudy temperatures in the 50s. So again, not a bad scenario playing out for us for Thanksgiving itself. The issue is, again, the lead up to Thanksgiving. So if you have plans out and about traveling, I think Monday and Tuesday not going to be the best situation as rain becomes a bit more dominant. Today, a couple of passing showers. Of course, the clouds back and forth between the clouds and sunshine will be battling here today with temperatures that range between 60 and 68 degrees. It depends on where you are. Again, 60s, low 60s across North Mississippi. Middle to upper 60s across West Tennessee and northeastern Arkansas. All of us in the upper 60s, near 70 for Thursday. We'll stay in the mid 60s for highs on Fridays. Clouds thicken up and a couple of passing showers from time to time on your Friday. Saturday looks fantastic. Clouds thicken up Sunday, leading up to the rain chances that roll us into Monday into Tuesday.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Did you know that November is National Adoption Month? I wanted to share the opportunity here to talk a little bit about how amazing adoption is all throughout the U.S., certainly here in Memphis and the Mid-South. And I am joined now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk with Herbie Newell. He is President and Executive Director of Lifeline Children's Services. It's one of the largest adoption agencies in the country. Herbie, good morning to you. Tell us about Adoption Awareness Month and what it means for adoption agencies all across the country. Good morning.
Good morning, and thanks for having me. And yes, like you said, November is National Foster Care and Adoption Month. And it's just a month that we want to take the time to make sure that the people in the United States of America and then locally, like in Memphis, know that there are children that need homes, orphans, vulnerable children, but also kids in our foster care system here in the state of Tennessee. And we want to make sure that ultimately families know of the need and have the opportunity to respond to that need, to be able to help these kids find a home, find permanence, and find rest and stability.
You know, my wife is adopted, and Herbie, and she's one of the best cases I've ever seen when it comes to adoption. And you know, with people and parents and families kind of struggling to have that kind of adoption or having children, adoption is such a great option for so many out there. Can you talk about the need and on both sides of the issue?
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly, as you even speak and testify of your wife, you know, there are families that struggle with infertility, and they want the blessing of a child. They want to bring a child into their home that they can raise and love and care for and nurture. And so there's that side of it that there are families that desperately want. But then there's also the need side, where there are children around the world. UNICEF says between 140 and 153 million orphans in the world that ultimately need permanence. They need a home. They need stability. There's 500,000 kids right here in the United States in foster care that need a place to call home. There's a need for a family. There's a need for someone and a place to belong. But then also we know right now, even in our country, as there are women that have unwanted, unintended, unplanned pregnancies that at times need someone to come alongside of them and take care of that child, to bring that child into their home. And what I would just say is, you know, and your wife, of course, is a great testimony of that. The way that we help is by wrapping our families around these children, because families are the very fabric of what make a great city, what make a great nation, what make a great world. We need families that are helping children become strong, becoming citizens, are becoming folks that ultimately understand the values of their family and take those values and change the world.
Herbie, do you have any numbers from Tennessee with regards to adoption? Because I know the need is great here.
Yeah, certainly. I will say, first of all, there are about 8,000 kids in foster care in Tennessee. So there's a great need for foster families and for adoption in the state of Tennessee. Obviously, Memphis, as well as Nashville and Knoxville, are some of the bigger areas where you see the concentration of those children. But also from an adoption standpoint, there are about, at any given time, I would say 3,000 to 4,000 adoptions that are happening in the state of Tennessee. Now, some of those are intercountry adoptions, some of those are domestic infant adoptions, and then some of those are relative adoptions. So where maybe a niece is adopted by her aunt or uncle, and then also you have foster to adopt. So as you can see, we're not seeing as much adoption to really meet the need that we have in the state.
You know, we hear a lot about some of the older kids that are in foster care because a lot of families want, you know, younger children to adopt, but some of those older kids, can you talk about the need there for some of the teens that are in foster care?
Yeah, for sure. You know, a lot of times when people think about adoption, they do think about a small newborn infant or a smaller child. The truth of the matter is our foster care system, not only in Tennessee, but throughout the United States, is mainly made up of teenagers who have gone from home to home, who've been bounced in and out of foster care, teenagers who need support, teenagers who need someone who's going to help them be able to think and to be able to dream about their future. And so at Lifeline, we have lots of ways to get engaged with these teens. And I would love to invite anyone that's to say, maybe you can take the next step. One of the things that we're doing is called Heritage Builders, where we're actually wrapping around these teenagers who may not be adopted, who might age out of foster care, but helping them get a mentor, have a family that will bring them in for meals and support, guidance, but ultimately to help these teens be able to see a future that really right now may seem unimaginable. But then also we do need parents that say, you know what, I may be at a place, maybe you're an empty nester, or maybe you've raised teens in the past and you say, I would be willing to bring a teenager into my home to show them love, support, and stability. And ultimately, that's what we need for these teenagers, because the stats are staggering. Those teenagers that age out of foster care, that don't have any type of intervention, that don't have any type of job preparedness or education, they end up actually repopulating next generation's foster system. And so if we don't intervene today, then we are sending this hurt and this pain down for generations to come.
Thank you for the insight, Herbie. I appreciate that. Can you talk more about? I know you have to go through a process to be, an adoptive parent and an adoptive family. Can you talk a little bit about the expenses involved in that? I don't know how much something like that costs.
Yeah, for sure. So there's a lot of different costs associated with the type of adoption that somebody might seek. So the first thing that I would say is if somebody does feel led to adopt from the state of Tennessee, or imagining that there may be folks that are listening that are from Mississippi, the state of Mississippi, there are no costs to adopt or to foster out of foster care when you're working directly with the state. That doesn't mean that it's free. It just means that it's underwritten by the taxpayers. The second type of adoption is intercountry adoption, and it can be relatively expensive because of the cost to travel, of the costs that go along the way to both our government for processing as well as to a foreign government for processing. I would say that an international adoption, while very expensive, starts around $24,000 and can go upwards to $35,000 to $40,000. Now that's all in from a legal process to travel to getting that preparation for that family. I would want any family to know that the U.S. government does give a tax credit that helps greatly with that, and there are lots of opportunities for grants. And then on the domestic infant adoption side, it's going to start anywhere from, I'd say, $15,000 to $24,000. And again, that's a lot, but a lot of what goes into that are the medical expenses, the legal expenses, the preparation expenses, as well as maybe any help that birth mother may need along the way through her pregnancy. And so that's a rough estimate of the cost. And just to say, every home study journey starts with a home study. And that home study is really just a preparation to make sure that your family has thought about what it means to bring a child from another home into your home, what the complexities of what you might need in your home, and to make sure that you're thinking through the needs of that child, but also the needs of your family.
This has been so informative for the thousands of people who are joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Herbie, I'll give you the last word. Anything else you want to mention with regards to this?
Yeah, I would also just cry out to the churches in the greater Memphis area that ultimately, as a ministry, Lifeline believes that what these children need is the body of Christ getting rallied. We have churches all throughout Tennessee, and if those churches would be mobilized and engaged, the truth of the matter is those kids in Tennessee right now, 8,000 to 9,000 kids in foster care, they could find a home if our churches were mobilized. And so, pastor, church member, I just want to encourage you, let's get our churches engaged. Let's get them ready and mobilize this adoption month to really be able to have a place, to have a home, to find mentoring, to find care, to find hope. And then certainly last but not least, if anybody's wants some more information or wants to go further, they can always visit our website at lifelinechild.org. Again, that's lifelinechild.org, or on social media at Lifeline Child.
Okay, Herbie Newell, we really appreciate you talking with us, Lifeline Children's Services, about National Adoption Month. Thanks so very much, and God bless all the work that you are doing. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Does it for us here in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Have a wonderful Wednesday. Enjoy the nice weather outside. We have Action News 5's Ariana Poindexter taking you through the next hour for Action News 5 Midday. And don't forget to join us once again tomorrow morning, bright and early, another edition of the Digital Desk from 7 until 11 each and every weekday morning. All kinds of interviews and the latest on breaking news as well.